So yeah, I don't know, man. My internet's been kind of flaky since yesterday and then through today. So
So
I don't know if I'll be in and out or anything, but hopefully the thing will keep running.
did you hear about Trump's tweet today, Smeggy?
Which one was that?
Today, Trump tweeted like, "I think flag burners should be like
Oh yeah, I
punished,
saw that, dude. Fuck
and they
that,
should
man.
either be deported or like 1 year in jail."
Nah, dude. As much as I hate the sentiment of flag burning and stepping on it and all that shit, that's exactly what it stands for, dude. The First Amendment protects unpopular speech. That's the whole point of it. So I completely disagree with that statement that flag burners should get in trouble.
But don't you think he's just trolling the media because of the Flag Protection Act of 2005 that Hillary Clinton sponsored? The bill that said you get 1 year in prison or $100,000 fine.
That's a good point.
I do not think Trump trolls the media. I think he does stuff specifically to get his base riled up, and people were giving him shit about like, oh, he's not going to build the wall anymore. What the hell? We voted for you because we wanted that. And now he's like, no, see, I'm still pro-America. So he's touching that nerve that everyone wants to.
He's already president. He's got nothing to gain.
Didn't you see that one Oprah Winfrey quote where she was like, Donald Trump is one of the top 3 smartest people I've ever met, and I've met Stephen Hawking. Like, so basically she was saying like, like compared to like Stephen Hawking level of, intelligence, that he's like one of the top 3 that she's ever met, and she's met all sorts of fucking people, man.
I'm gonna say I definitely I don't think he's an idiot. I think sometimes he does things that are foolish or maybe unwise in a political arena, and sometimes maybe they just seem that way and turns out they worked out in his favor. You know what I mean? Like maybe he's, stupid like a fox, as they say, right? But I don't think that he's trolling though, because that's, to me, trolling is someone who specifically just tries to piss people off because they think it's funny. I don't think that's his mentality. He's doing it for a reason. There's a reason he tweeted that. I don't disagree that it might be political strategy. It may even be, a smart thing to do. But going back to the actual context of it, I don't agree with imprisoning or deporting or charging with treason someone who burns a flag. I think you can call him an asshole and
I don't agree with
other stuff.
If he's genuine, if that's how he feels genuinely, then I genuinely disagree with Trump on that, and I would tell him, write him a letter, like, fuck you, pal.
I mean, definitely there is. How about now? Can we hear G-Webs yet? No, we still don't hear you, dude.
Talking?
I don't know. He joined in like 3 or 4 times. He said he couldn't hear us, and we couldn't hear him.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we hear you, Raphael. We don't hear G-Webs. And we heard DB's car for a minute there too, so we know his is working.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait to hear him talk and then just call it a day. Be like, okay, good, it finally works. That is weird though. He mentioned, he's like, I was just in the Daily Show and it worked fine. He comes over, clicks on my link, and all of a sudden his stuff's not working.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Looks like I got a bum Streamlight, dude.
Oh yeah, why is that?
I got that ProRail, the fucking Pro, what is it?
ProTac
Rail 1. And it was fine, you know. I never fucking used it or anything. The other day I was fucking dry firing with the light on, and every time the hammer would fall, the fucking light would flicker, like ding, you know, every time. And I changed batteries, I tightened the fucking caps down, and sure enough, every fucking time I drop the hammer, the fucking light blinks. I'm like, man, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So I emailed I called Streamlight, and they're like, oh, email these people. I just got an email back from this fucking idiot who's like, okay, can you just tell us a little bit more? Was the light on? Fucker, I just wrote you an entire email saying like the light was on, I dry fired, the fucking light was flickering. Dude, maybe I guess he thought the light would flicker on when it was off. Anyway.
That might be what he thought. But
yeah, that's what he thinks. Okay, that makes sense. But otherwise, I was like, this is an idiot.
They're like, no, it's on, and when the hammer falls, it shuts off for a split second.
Yeah.
Let me go check mine.
And I guess when I shot it at the indoor range, I don't know if I even fucking noticed it.
Well, that's the thing. You might not notice it because of the flash and stuff. Like, you're not seeing that light for that split second, anyways. But
yeah.
So like, it might not hurt you if you ever had to actually use it, as long as it turns on when you want it to. But that could be a sign of a problem that will get worse. And then every time it gets bumped, it shuts off or something and doesn't come back on. Yeah, I'd try and get a new one.
It's got a couple hundred rounds through it, so maybe the recoil could jostle the fucking light around. The spring might be dead. Anyway, I spoke to somebody at Streamlight, and they're like, "Oh, just email these guys, and they'll send you a new cap." That's probably what it is. It's like the tail switch. I'm not using the tape switch, Moon, so maybe I should go home and see that. Like, put that on just to see, and then if that stops it, then I know it's a switch. But there seemed to be being difficult because he wants fucking photos and all this. I got video. I'm like, dude, I should just write him back. Like, send me a new cap before I put this video on fucking YouTube with my fucking 50 subscribers, and say your shit is garbage.
Tell him that you will be an honored guest on Hit or Miss tonight.
Right.
Explaining all of your problems and how horrible of a company they are.
On this episode of Hit and Miss. Yeah, on this episode of Hit and Miss, Streamlight's Chinese-made ProTac is garbage for 1 hour. And then
we have some serious pull. Listen, we are super internet famous.
Every fucking forum.
Mine's working.
Oh, when the hammer falls?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I shot with it a bunch because I couldn't see down to the 25-yard thing in the indoor range. So.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Maybe you just got a lemon.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I looked it up, and of course, I'm not the only one that has this issue. So, whatever. I just wanted to see if you had it. I know you got the same light.
Nah, but I am using the tape switch.
Man, I'll go home and I forgot. I had that. That is basically another tail cap.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen sometimes. A company can, miss something or whatever. But in my opinion, it's how they handle it. If they, make you jump through 20 hoops when it's their problem, like, that's kind of annoying. But if they're like, oh, we just want to, like, make sure we understand. Okay, yep, that's what's happening. Here's a new thing.
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, I've always been one of the most unlucky guys. I bought a fucking used Aimpoint H1. Like I sold a bunch of shit to get this. And I turned the fucking thing on, brightness goes to 12. Like fucking Spinal Tap. I think it's like 12. Anyway, as soon as I get to like indoors with, lights on in the apartment, it's not like it's dark. As soon as I hit 7, 8, I'm seeing a huge fucking ring, a red ring around the fucking glass. This is an Aimpoint, they got the best fucking reputation ever, man. So I'm just unlucky, dude. So then I sent that shit back to Aimpoint in Virginia, And he's like, yeah, let's check it out. Let's check it out. And he was like, oh, I couldn't really find it, but at one point I did see it. I know what you're talking about. So I sent it back to Sweden. And it's going to take 3 weeks, he said, for them to figure, either I'm going to get a new one, or they're going to repair it. And he said it was probably because when they put the glue on this Aimpoint H1 optic, the rear lens is glued on, and if they use too much glue, it can cause this red ring effect at an earlier setting. Because my Aimpoint Pro, I could turn it all the way up to, if I put it all the way up to the brightest setting, then I could see kind of like a ring around the glass. But that was like the last brightness setting. So I'm seeing this shit at 7 and 8, and it goes to 12. That's ridiculous. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like if they put too much on or something, it reflects the light more or something.
Yep. Bad luck. That's me. Bad luck, Cooper. It's all good though.
You're like the opposite of Never Enough Ammo. He's had Kel-Tecs and Tauruses and all this shit that's never failed ever, and then you get stuff that's like has a reputation of being good and it fails.
Yep. It's easily summed up. I bought a Smith & Wesson revolver, and that shit was fucking up within, 10 rounds. So, had to go back.
Yeah, that's the definition right there. That proves you have bad luck.
Yeah. Some people don't even believe, like, what? Like, revolvers, the timing was off or something. They replaced the hand and fixed the timing, is what they said. And it worked when I got it back. But anyway, whoever if someone tells you they bought a Smith & Wesson revolver and had to go back within like 10 rounds, you know what kind of luck they got. Shitty luck, yo.
Yeah, we knew better. We should have bought Surefires, but they're expensive.
Yeah. What's his face? Marco had a fucking Surefire, had to go right back too. X300.
Yeah, but they don't give you a hard time about it.
Oh yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, I think the same thing. He had to send his shit in. Fuck, it is what it is. I gotta reply to this fucking. Here's the email this guy sends me back. Was the light on or off? Can you duplicate the flicker by wiggling a wire? There's no fucking wire. Or shaking the light. Have you tried a different battery? I think I fucking. Dude, I mean, this is exactly what I wrote to him, dude. Yeah. Anyway.
In situations like that, it's like, okay, re-answer them just so you get your shit done, but be a little snarky about it and be like, as I mentioned before, the light is on while dry firing. It momentarily shuts off.
Yeah, I'll just go try the other cap. I don't need to tape that shit to my rifle. I'll just screw it on and dry fire. If it flickers, then I know it's not the cap. He basically says right here, like, he just wants to make sure it's not the cap, and I need a whole new light. I'm sure they'll replace it. It's all right. I'll just sell it. Some sucker.
Why is that a thing? You hear that a lot. People are like, oh, I got this thing. It was a piece of shit, so I just sold it. And it's like, really, dude? Like, you just pass that on to some other guy? Like, that's not nice. And I don't know if it's just like, I don't know, I just notice it more like in some of these chats or whatever, but it seems like that's a common thing with like gun accessories of like, oh, I got this thing and I didn't like it and it like didn't work right, so I sold it. It's like, what the hell?
Well, there's a big difference between I didn't like it
you're right. Yeah,
garbage and I sold it.
You're right. That's true. So
I'll
ignore that
definitely
first part.
I'll definitely get him to replace it. The thing is, the price is so fucking good that I don't know. Like to sell one used, it would be silly. Like, they're $90, so like I'd have to sell it for fucking like 70 or something for someone not to go buy a new one, and I have to lose $30 fucking. So I'll just have them replace it, get a brand new one, and then sell it for like $10 off retail price or whatever. Trying to like, I've never sold anything that was broken and I knew it. I'd at least give the factory a chance to fix it or replace it and then sell that shit when I was done.
That's like Dead Horse and his bad luck on Red Dots.
Oh my god. Yeah.
What was that you were trying to get for like fucking months? You were
It was a
getting
Bushnell
different stuff.
TRS 25, and it took a total of 8 months to get a working dot, and an extra $20 in 8 months.
Oh yeah, they were on sale. Fucking. They were on sale on Black Friday.
I won't buy them anymore. It's like it's a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. You don't know what Chinese factory it's coming from. I had 2 of them. One of them's good. One of them's a broken piece of worthless shit.
And then I got 2 bad Holosuns in a row, but then I contacted Holosun directly, and they sent me out a good one. And they overnighted that shit to me, so they took care of me. They're like, "Oh, your shit's broken. Like, here, we're gonna overnight you one right now. Just send there'll be a return postage. Send the old one back." So.
Yeah. Sorry, you guys listening to my fucking blinker, right?
We can't really hear your blinker, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting at the red light, like click, click, click. Anyway. What's been going on?
So all you FUDs are anti-stickers on cars and shirts.
Oh, there we go. Now we can hear you.
No,
I'm
not
pro
not
Googling
sure.
stranger stickers that I'm not sure what they mean.
I'm pro. Just like what I do is I fucking flog my car with gun bumper stickers like "Got Sig" and Glock, "Eat my Glock" and all that shit. And then in my glove box, I just keep a fucking water gun. So the joke's on you, Jack. No, you're right about the fucking following people home. That shit happens. I'm positive of that shit, dude. That shit just happened to a friend of mine. He went to the range with his friend, and he said when they pulled home, like some strange fucking car with some strange little motherfuckers were in there, and dude got out. I was like, dude, I bet you they followed you back from the range, and they were thinking about robbing your ass. You had a fucking rifle bag. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm sure that shit happens too, but.
So
To
does
me,
anybody
that-
not go home after the range and specifically make some stops so that you can scope that kind of business out?
That's what I do. I stand on the top of my car with a fucking shotgun, and I just start pumping that shit, like making a lot of noise and screaming out, "Moulin Labe, Moulin Rouge."
Moulin Labe.
I do want to say, G-Webs, your point about maybe it's a good thing in, I don't know if you want to call it like anti-gun areas, but, not as friendly territory. Putting gun stickers up maybe actually will help the problem. I'm glad you stuck with that point and finally got it through after getting interrupted 5 times. Because I hadn't considered that. But maybe if the places like Illinois and New York and stuff, if people saw more gun stickers every day, they wouldn't think like, oh, yeah, it's, we should just take guns away from people. Like, they'd realize, oh, my neighbor's kid is fucked because he can never get the gun transferred to him, you know, when his dad passes away or, you know, whatever.
I wonder why I see so many of these like end universal background check bumper stickers. Why are people so against it? I'm gonna go research this. I'm gonna have an open mind about it because I seen a bumper sticker.
I tell you about the bumper sticker shit. They actually did do it. There's several studies, I believe. You can Google this shit. People with their car plastered in bumper stickers, no matter what, most of them are liberals. I mean, I've for a while on Instagram, I used to just take photos of like cars that had the fucking bumper stickers all over them because I thought it was funny. And most of the time, it's like liberals. Anyway, the study was they drive aggressive. They're the most dangerous fucking drivers. I mean, I guess it's something about their personality that they feel they need to bomb you with their fucking thoughts and opinions and their bullshit all over their fucking car. It's maybe something to do with that, like they're more aggressive drivers or something like that. But they definitely did a study. Like those cars with those bumper stickers on them, I fucking stay away from them, man. Like in terms of traffic, I'll speed up to pass from one of them, or you know, I mean, just whatever. Because I forgot who did the study. Maybe the Department of Transportation or something. But fuck, dude, you know what they are. They're fucking, half of them are nuts. Coexist my ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think a lot of those people that are like all into the like those kind of bumper stickers like Nuke the Whales and everything are like you say, they're all about telling you how to live your life right. So
yeah, and then they're aggressive drivers, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I can see them also being like, here, let me show you how to drive right because you suck at driving.
Or maybe they just can't see out of their fucking Prius window with all the fucking goddamn sticker.
Yeah, I think it could be more, like you said, like a personality trait. Like the type of person who thinks their opinion matters to other people are also the type of person that thinks them getting to the store 5 minutes before you do is better because like their time is worth more than your time is.
Yeah.
And I mean that could be any time. I don't know if the study you mentioned was specifically like, you know, liberal bumper stickers, or if you just meant like people with bumper stickers in general are the types of people. Because that that
they
same
definitely
dude
didn't say like what kind.
Yeah, that same dude that's all, you know, plaster in your face with pro gun stuff might also be a jerk at driving. I mean,
oh yeah.
You know, and I could kind of see that. I do like the
other
idea
thing,
though.
you know what? The other thing I just thought of also is I take care of my car. Whether my car is 1 month old or fucking 8 years old, it looks clean. You know, I take care of my shit. When these people have their entire car bumper stickered the fuck up, I don't think they're too like conscious of like their fucking car. Like they kind of don't give a fuck about their car, in my opinion. Like,
well, they certainly don't care about resale or anything. Like,
exactly.
They're
Yeah.
not thinking about it from that point of view.
Come on.
No,
Number
serious.
one, you can buy some stuff to squirt on there that kills the glue and it peels right off like it was never there. And well, who cares if the piece of property looks nice or not? That's just a personal way of doing things. That has nothing to do with like
I'll tell you this. Let's have a fun game. Next time you guys get cut off in traffic or have a close call with a fucking reckless driver, check out their car. Because it's something I've noticed in the last few years. A lot of them don't have a rear view mirror. Like that shit been broke. They got a fucking gigantic scrape or dent across the side of their car. Like they're habitual fucking assholes. You know what I mean? Like they can't drive, and there's evidence on their car, like already. Like so next time you slam on your brakes because someone cut you off and you almost fucking hit them, check their car out, man.
And it's a little different here because most of the time it seems like the people that are being like most annoying in traffic are old people, and a lot of times those old people have nice cars and they're really worried about their cars. But that also implies that like rich people aren't dicks in traffic because rich people either going to care about their car or just afford to be able to keep their car looking nice all the time, and they're quite often a-holes in traffic, actually.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say that bad drivers come in all shapes and sizes, and maybe you just have a little confirmation bias because you're thinking like,
well, I think we can all agree that
cars drive crappy.
I think we can all agree that bad drivers are all chicks, and chicks are sometimes nice cars, sometimes bad cars.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
don't
mostly
agree with
women.
that at all. I know plenty of guys that suck at driving.
I know guys that suck at driving, but then there's some chick that balances it out by sucking even worse at driving.
No, I disagree with that.
All right.
This is what I do. No, seriously though, you're right. Like poor people can't get their car fixed, or they'll take the insurance money, and then they won't fix the fucking bumper or whatnot, and they'll
I've never
spend it
done
on
that.
fucking shrimp cocktails. But
Whatever. I've done it on like paying the bills, but I've just look at a car wreck like, yeah, right, extra money coming in. That'll help pay a bill or two.
yeah, I hear you.
I only had to worry about that when I was leasing though. Now nobody pays me for dents anymore. But I just seen I just seen a car crash yesterday, I think. Yesterday? I was just minding my business and driving, and let's see, I was taking a left in an intersection, and this guy was trying to take a right. Like, if I was going east, and then I was turning north, this guy was going southbound on the north road I was turning onto, and then he was going to turn to his right, kind of go to where I came from. And he was sitting there like if he was waiting for traffic, and I was turning left, had nothing to do with him. And the chick behind him was like super old lady, like just took her foot off the brake, I guess, because she didn't come plowing into him. She was also at rest, but she must have taken her foot off the brake, assuming he was moving, and he wasn't moving. And she like, you know, whatever amount of energy her car could get from letting go of the brakes to hitting him, like was enough to make a big loud noise and move his car out into traffic a little bit and basically wreck her front car. Like her light was all mangled and shit. And I don't know what it did to his bumper, but it wasn't much of a event, except that I heard it happen and I seen it happen. But man, it looks like her car was in some sort of massive crash. I mean, it really screwed up her car. Her car must be made out of like cornflakes. But you know, I wouldn't say something like that. That's probably just, that's got to be a roll of the dice if that's a rich person or a poor person. I think what you're talking about is like people cutting around and doing stupid shit, taking risks and stuff. I maybe agree with you that like dumb poor people that have shitty cars are more risky on the road, more oblivious maybe.
I just think it's hard to generalize. I've seen a lot of different people drive in a lot of different areas, a lot of different types, and I don't know. I just can't see the pattern, but there's just shitty drivers everywhere.
Then how do you generalize on the bumper stickers? You're still anti-bumper sticker?
No, I'm not necessarily anti-bumper sticker. I mean, that's you definitely swayed me with that one point of, you know, kind of the whole like getting out of the closet in the anti-gun area type thing. But and also you kind of swayed me with the whole, well, maybe there's a possibility your car might get broken into or whatever, but where's the proof? So
what if we hedge both bets and go with Dano's suggestion and just go into the store and buy a whole bunch of like, this car is protected by Smith & Wesson, and then get like a stack of those and just take them to some parking lot and distribute them, and then get the word out there, but not have to actually have any of the responsibility if it turns out people break into those cars.
Distribute them?
Yeah, distribute them to a parking lot.
And then maybe put like a little business card that has an email that says like, if something happens to your car, email us.
Please let us know. If for some reason somebody breaks into your car, let's say, please page Matt at Never Enough Family.
I mean, it seems like it'd be an interesting study. Not the whole, you know, involuntary adding people to the study, but it would be, I think I like your idea of saying you know, the people that you know that have gun stickers be like, hey, has it ever happened to you? And I guess the problem is that it's all anecdotal, but at least you could get numbers, be like, I talked to 100 people and one of them had a problem. And, you know, then someone else might say, well, I talked to 10 people and 5 of them had a problem. Well, then
Oh, we could put that as a poll on gun channels. Like, do you have stickers on your car? And if so, have you ever had an actual incident? Not have you heard of one, but have you had one? And then we'd have 4 potential answers.
I have a Magpul sticker on my car and a BPM gunfighter that are like kind of worn off because they've been on there for like 3 years. And I can't say that anybody's ever tried to break into my shit.
Well, a Magpul one, they're probably going to think you're like a nerd, or like it's Battlestar Galactica or Star Wars or something.
Yeah, like that doesn't scream gun anything. And I wouldn't Google it if I saw it. I wouldn't be like, gee, I wonder if that's a gun thing.
Yeah, who was saying about Googling it?
Fucking Clay.
Yeah, I didn't understand that story.
Himself.
Somebody
They had done that, though.
a note on the car.
No, that was a story. What happened is apparently someone like saw a sticker, a Magpul sticker. They Googled what Magpul was. After they found out it was anti-gun, they like fucked up the person's car and then left a note that said, hey, like I Googled your Magpul and like fuck you and your gun shit. That's actually like a thing that happened. So
I don't know.
I've done that before.
I think I've seen it. I think I've seen that on the internet, like, but you can't tell if it's one of them real stories or one of them fake. Oh, I did this myself.
well, there was
trying
like
to make
Washington
it
Post
like a
or
victim.
something. Yeah, well, Washington Post or something like actually ran that story. So
That doesn't mean it actually happened.
oh, I know, still, but it's more credible than just like on Instagram, you know.
No, you're right about that. It's at least a little more credible, but shit like that, you know, I saw a thing about like fake hate crimes where all these people are like, you know, whatever, like this Trump supporter called me gay and beat me up or whatever, and then finds out that like it never happened. Or the big one is those receipts, right? Someone prints up a copy of a receipt that says like no tip and be like, I don't like gay people. And then they put the story online and then people like fucking do a GoFundMe. I actually saw one where this waitress did that. And the people who, you know, that was their meal, that was their ticket, was like, we gave her a tip. Like they saw the story. And they actually showed the news, you know, their credit card receipt or whatever from that date that showed they had a meal of, you know, $54 or whatever. And the one she showed that the food was $40 and that they gave, you know, like basically they completely proved that was their receipt and that they actually did tip her, and she just like printed up a duplicate copy and left it blank.
There's an interesting thing on the news about the Trump shit where they're saying like, well, racist attacks and harassment's up like 400% in Arizona or something like that. I forgot what state it was or what, you know, what county. They're putting out these numbers, and it turns out like the police department actually is advertising now with billboards and an ad campaign, and it says like, call this 800 number, and if you've been harassed like lately, call this 800 number and let us know, where they didn't have that number like a few months ago. So of course the shit's going up. You know what I mean? Because there's this fucking billboard and ad campaign by the fucking police department.
Right. So
Like,
it's like we
all
weren't
of a
keeping
sudden,
track a
there's-
year ago, and now
Yeah,
we're
so
keeping
now all
track.
these liberals are
Therefore,
like,
it went up.
It's up 400%. It's up 400% in this one state. And it's like, well, that one state just spent like millions of dollars in an ad campaign saying, call this number if you've been a victim of it. So, of course it's gone up. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah,
Anyway,
but some of them, most of them are proven false. A lot of
sure
them
they
are
are.
proven false.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw something on you know, I'm sure shit happens, man. As someone, you know, because I always
I'm
hear
sure
this
some
shit.
like there's some dumb fucking
Like one or two people got
redneck
smacked in the face or
motherfuckers
something
out
like
there
that.
that feel entitled to just be racist pieces of shit. But I don't think it's like a fucking.
Well, and it goes the
Like an
other way
epidemic.
too, right? You guys seen the video where the dude's getting his ass kicked or whatever, and it's like, he voted for Trump. Fuck that guy. And they like
Oh, yeah.
jump in his car and shit. Like he's out in the street, they're kicking him and all this crap on the ground. But
It did turn out he voted
for that one compared to, like thousands of times. No, I don't think it's happening thousands of times. It happened in that one place, and that sucks. But I don't think that's on the rise either. And I've seen some of the Trump supporters like, now we're under attack. It's like, not in any significant number. There's always going to be stupid people in the world.
No. Unfortunately for them, America is less racist and more good than they give us credit for. So otherwise, shit would have. Like, can you imagine after 9/11, if we were truly like a racist, crazy nation, like after 9/11? I mean, Jesus, man, like there would have been like retaliation.
Well, it happened a little. There were good old boys jumped in their truck and cruised into Dearborn. It was on the local news. It did happen, but it happened a little bit. Okay, like I said, there's a couple of people that suck. It's not like everyone did it.
Oh, I can remember some asshole went into the Sikh temple, and they're not even Muslims. The city is so stupid, and then he went in there and he shot up a bunch of Sikhs. I think they're Indian, so Asian Indian. So it happens, but that was like one thing in like years and years and years of it. But the way they make it seem is like now that Trump's the president, keep your kids out of school. You know what I mean? Like, be scared, be terrified, like all this crazy shit.
Yeah, see,
I saw one video of this white kid in a cafeteria being a real fucking douchebag, walking around going like, "We're building a wall, like towards like a table of Mexican kids, and they were probably like fifth graders. And yeah, that sucked. I mean, but that kid is a douche. He would have been a racist little douche even if Trump didn't win. Or if Trump didn't even exist, I'm sure it comes from his fucking parents too.
Yeah, that's always interesting when you hear kids talking stuff, because you're like, where they heard that somewhere. Like they're not able to make up their own mind, so they're just parroting something their parents said or they saw on TV or someone in school said or whatever. And that's on both sides too, because I've seen like global warming, like little kids against global warming. It's like, oh, you're a top climate scientist now? Like, you understand what the fuck's happening? No, you're just parroting what you saw on MSNBC. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or those kids that wrote Obama. You remember that after I think it was Sandy Hook was like, please, Obama, take away guns. I'm scared. It was like from a third grader. So now everyone is like, well, see, even little kids know that guns cause problems. It's like, no, that just proves kids, buy into shit. Yeah.
Impressionable little sponges. I was looking for a Gavin McInnes video that explains those people perfectly, but I couldn't find it. It's like what Canadians think about Trump on Rebel Media. It's a funny video.
I think I saw that one.
Dude, did you see the Trudeau shit today?
No, I didn't watch.
Dude, Trudeau's mom was in Cuba, hanging out with Castro, and I'm not sure if he's joking or not. I mean, I think no, because he's showing photos of the Trudeau.
Yeah, there's a picture of it.
Then he put a picture of fucking Castro claimed to have sex with 50,000 women or something like that. And he was a ladies' man.
Yeah,
and at the time when Trudeau was down there, the mom was down there, she was partying with fucking the Rolling Stones in New York City. She was like a party girl. I guess her husband was the prime minister or whatever. But they have a picture of her and Castro back then in the 70s, right? And Castro's not ugly. He's not, I don't know, he's young. And she's attractive. And they're hanging out. And then they put a picture of fucking Trudeau, the son, and a picture of Castro with, and it was like, holy shit. He could have been, that could be Castro. No shit. Those photos were real. I know that. I'm just not sure the timing was there. But, yeah, it was pretty funny. Because, yeah, for shit sure, he looks like fucking Castro a little bit.
I've seen that on Facebook also, and I can confirm that that's more than likely the way it is.
Oh, yeah. So Castro's son is now Prime Minister of Canada.
Which is why there's so
Trudeau
confidence.
slash Ted.
I know that for one thing, Bob isn't going to live this down.
Well, you could see how
So-
Trudeau was talking about his father in the statement. He's like, my real dad was a great Cuban revolutionary.
So I just want to jump back to bumper stickers real quick, and then we can move back on or whatever. But I do like the type of stickers that are a subtle nod to like the people who know and everyone else doesn't. And that's why I said in the chat the example of like the 7.62 oval, right? Because I mean it looks like the marathon ones, which for a long time I didn't know that was a marathon thing. I'm like, how come this dude has like 26 on the back of his car? I don't get it. And they're like, oh, that's like a
gun stickers. We should have a Freemason gun stickers. Illuminati
well, no,
gun.
just like the
Gun
oval that says 7.62, I think is cool, or like the gun
The
channels
eyeball
logo.
looking through a trigger guard.
I don't know, something.
The
Yeah, nah, it's
Illuminati
not fucking.
symbol.
No, that's not at all what I'm talking about. Like, you know, like the Magpul logo that
Get on
doesn't say
board.
Magpul, right? Because that, you know, that type of thing.
Yo,
It's just
this-
like a thing.
Mandela. What about the Mandela effect? Because I remember Magpul with 2 L's. Now it's just 1 L.
Maybe they did look it up and they were like, because Magpul sounds kind of sissy, like magpie. So they were like,
Yeah.
oh, this person's into birds.
Yeah.
And they looked it up. And they were like, oh, this person's a fucking baby killer.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you don't like. Maybe you're just into their brand new leather belts and their I think they're making wallets now. They make a really soft T-shirt. I'll tell you that. And Magpul is one of the greatest fashion brands of 2016 now. They make jackets, pants, leather belts. What else? They're doing a lot of stuff, man.
They should just stick to magazines and vertical grips. And pistol
They need
grips.
to come out. They need BCM to make them a rifle instead of Springfield, and call it the Magpul fucking Pope or whatever, Saint something. That would be cool. I mean, I'm sure that would have won. A Magpul AR. People would have loved that.
I think the mock-up Magpul AR was a Smith & Wesson M&P or something.
No, I think that existed. That was like a short run, right?
I don't
Or was
know.
that fake? I think
They
they
might
did
have.
one.
With
Like
the
a
logo.
super limited, yeah. Super limited edition joint. Well, I just sold my B5 stock. That thing was a rattle trap. Rattling and rattling. Rattling around. Ah, you motherfucker. You motherfucker!
I haven't
Sending
been
some
watching
patches up
Westworld.
to NSR,
What?
Cottonwood.
NSR, the holster maker.
Yeah, Dave.
What about him?
I'm sending them some patches right now.
Oh, sweet. I bought a couple of
One of
holsters
his
from him.
holsters.
I sold them shits. But I like
didn't
them.
like 'em?
They were good. No, I did like them. It's just, I did like them. I just had too many holsters. I should have kept the other one I got. But oh no, he started a new version of those. I had the early ones. I like the Filsters. The new Filster Gen 2 skeletons. I like them a lot. That's what I've been wearing for the last 6 months.
They were on sale this Black Friday for $29, man. It's really the best fucking holster you can get for $29.
Oh, shit, I forgot to talk about it on the show. Did you guys do anything for Donation Tuesday or whatever it's called?
Oh, hell no.
Nonprofit Tuesday or something?
Hell to the no. Hell fucking no, man.
Just
I
putting
haven't
your
donated
change.
money. I mean, I've been donating every time I go to the goddamn grocery store. They're like, "Would you like to donate money for homeless food and stuff like that?" And I would just be like, "Yeah, okay. I'll give
What
you
about
$1."
convenience store? They have like a little like change thing where I don't know what you're donating to, but I donate to it all the time. Put the change in there, like 15 cents,
Yep.
nickel, dimes, pennies.
If I'm eating like a thing of cookies while I'm driving, I'll just wing a single cookie at a homeless person. That's sort of
That's
giving.
good. It's a good deed.
If you throw it towards their midsection so that they, it doesn't break and then they can pick it up, that's like, makes you feel warm. When you're throwing it at their face or something and it hits them and then it falls in the curb, that's mean. So it's all about how you toss it.
Yep.
I hear if you yell like incoming first, it helps.
There's like a homeless guy hangs out in the supermarket, and I gave him a few bucks, and he looked at me fucking crazy, man. Like, I approached him. I think he thought I was going to be like, "Hey, get out of the store." No, $5.
Oh, they said 50 bucks. I'm like, holy shit, you're on a whole nother level, man.
No. He would have just drank that shit.
He would have never
Mulan.
got his money's worth of booze.
I told him, "Look, man, Moulin Rouge."
If DB's handing out 50 bucks to homeless people at supermarkets, I'm moving to fucking Georgia.
Nah, he's there he's over
More than
there.
I'm making a day. I just need one DB a day in Georgia.
I can't believe they let him
Can't
hang
give him
out.
50s.
I've never given a homeless person 50. The most I ever gave somebody was 20, and it was because it was
That's
freezing fucking
20?
cold.
I'd consider being homeless for 20 bucks. Holy shit. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, we had a long talk before I gave him that, and he was like, "Oh, I need money to get into this." Like, I guess one of the shelters charges, like, you have to give them money or some shit. It's like they charge by the night.
Probably have to like bribe one of the guys.
I got a new idea for a job. I'm going to start calling for Uber people. And then when they pick me up, I'm going to strong arm them for protection. Then have them drop me off and pick up the next one. And make them pay me protection money.
That's not necessarily a job as much as that's just robbery.
Robbery.
I feel like I'll go a long way with that. Make a lot of money.
They're very worried about this this attacker in Ohio. They're worried that we're gonna jump to conclusions.
You mean the shooter?
Well, he was a stabber, mass stabber.
You don't have to get into details, but the shooter, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, he was the shootee because he definitely got shot.
So I saw a thing on the Young Jerks about that, and I don't understand, like, it doesn't, no matter what, they can make it about being anti-gun, because their whole thing was that, like, he didn't use a car or a knife. Pretend that he did. Could you imagine how much more would have happened and blah blah blah. It's like, dude, he got 11 people or whatever, and from what I heard, the cop that shot him, that was within a minute of the attack starting. So somehow the dude was right around the corner. Like, that's about as fast a first responder as you're ever gonna get, and he still got 11 people in a minute. So if that cop was across campus or whatever, now you're talking he still could have got 20 people just as much as, if he had a gun. It was amazing the mental gymnastics where they're like, see, it's not the gun's fault because he stabbed people, but if he had a gun, it would have been worse. So therefore, we should ban guns. It's like,
Yeah, well, the
how
fucking
the fuck do you
the
get to
medical,
that?
all the
Like,
doctors who treated the victims did a press conference this morning, and one of the last things they said was, "Thank God he didn't have a gun, because it would have been, of course, it would have been worse if somebody. Thank God he didn't have a bomb. Thank God he didn't have a fucking Mack
Thank God he
truck.
didn't have
You know,
a fucking
Thank
couple
God he didn't have a
gasoline
flamethrower. Like, thank
cans.
God he didn't have fucking whatever. I mean, you know. Anyway, if they had to say the gun shit, you know, they have to bring it there. Not thank God somebody filled this fucker in.
it should be thank God somebody with a gun was able to be there within 60 seconds. And
Yeah.
once you agree that, like, if you can get them to agree that what the cop did was good, which even I'll give credit, the young jerks were like, yeah, you know, the cop, he did what he had to do. Like, okay, good thing he was there. Okay, so now you've agreed that it's good that a gun came to respond to this attack within 60 seconds. Now imagine if the first person he attacked had a gun. You know, like it would have
Well,
been
you're acting
over
like,
in 10
you're acting
seconds.
like fucking, you're acting like Gary the Glock showed up by himself or something. The gun didn't respond to shit. I mean,
No, I didn't say that. I
they're
said
just
a
going to be
person
like,
with the gun.
yeah, they're just going to say, well, he had the training. Yeah, are you trying to say you want students at Ohio State to be carrying weapons? Like, they have no training.
You're right. That is what they would say, and my response would be like, yeah, that is what I want. And then when they start going with like, well, you know, college kids are irresponsible and blah blah blah, and they get drunk all the time, and it's like, well, guess what? Those types of people aren't the types of people that carry, because they don't want that responsibility. Like, the frat boys are not the ones carrying guns. It's the nerdy kids that don't go to the parties every weekend. I know, because
Oh, yeah,
I was
you
one
know
of the
what?
nerdy kids that didn't go to the party every weekend.
Some kids are already carrying guns on campus. They're just not telling anybody. My aunt, like, you know, went to school down south and she carried a gun. And she didn't tell nobody, and that was fucking a long time ago.
That's when I was in school. My buddy, actually the dude that I go hunting with, I finally saw him for the first time this year, like a couple weeks ago. But he kind of started a thing that was like a campus carry thing, because we went to a private school. So basically, they either could or could not allow. Like, the law doesn't care either way. You know, it's like it's up to them if they want to do it or not. And so he was trying to get it to where we had campus carry, and I don't know, it didn't really go anywhere. And then we graduated, and it's like it kind of died there. Like, that's one of the problems trying to get stuff passed, like from a college student's point of view, is you're only there a few years or whatever, so it's hard to get stuff done. And he didn't really get into it until he had his concealed carry permit, which that was when he was 21. And, you know, if you do the whole, like, go straight to school after high school thing, you're like a senior when you're 21. So you're only there for a year anyways by the time you get it.
You know, you just argued against term limits, right?
What?
Yeah, you said they're there only a few years, so they can't get shit done. You just argued against term limits. I don't know if you were pro term limit or not. Trump's about to do it. They said term limits.
I don't really have an opinion on that, to be honest. I've never taken the time to think about term limits, whether it's bad or good. So I'd be open to information either way. But
It's awesome.
You just
Because
said
they would
they're only
never
there
get
for a
anything
few years,
done.
so they can't get shit done. You just said it.
that is what I said, because I was speaking of, you know, being college students trying to get stuff done in college, and then you graduate, and then you seem to not care so much anymore. And that's just the way life works. I mean,
I'm just fucking around. I don't. You're right. I don't know term limits. I'm not pro or con yet.
I don't know that I am either. I don't.
If it makes it so they can't get anything done, then that's a good thing, in my opinion.
Unless it's campus carry, then they can. It should be like term limits unless you're working on some really cool shit. Then you can get an
Term
extension.
limits
sign a
unless you
waiver.
agree with me ideologically, in which case then you get to stay forever.
We
You just
need
stay
Trump.
until this project based. Like you just say, until this is done. Then once you get that done, you can bounce.
We need Trump to reassign every ATF agent that's on the firearm side to paperwork and tax stamps duty.
He said during the first 100 days, the SIG brace, you're going to be allowed to shoulder the SIG brace.
It's
It's
one
the
of his
number one
100-day
legislation.
goal.
I was
Yep.
talking to a dude in the bar the other day, and he was a gun guy. We had talked previously. I forget how it came up, but we said something about guns, and he said something like he just got done shooting shotguns or whatever. I was like, oh, that's cool. And we just started talking about guns or whatever. And then like I kind of figured I will admit to judgment, in unfair judgment. I thought he was gonna be just like a hunter, like, oh, I got my rifle here, whatever. And somehow like he brought it up, but he said something about the SIG brace, and I'm like, holy fuck, you know what a SIG brace is? Like, you're awesome. And then he was, talking all about it, like, yeah, it's bullshit. They reclassified it and all this. Is like, wow, you know what the hell? I tried to get him to join gun channels. I don't know if he did yet or not. But it was really cool to be like, normally I'm the one explaining what that is, because even gun people don't know that if you put a SIG brace, like they don't know what an AR pistol is, and then they don't know that if you put the thing up against your shoulder, you've redesigned it. I did air quotes there in case you couldn't tell by my voice. So that was like it was just really mind blowing. I was like, wow, you're a cool dude.
I would like to
Did you meet this
redesign it too.
Truck stop?
No, he was at the bar by my house.
Okay, clan rally.
Nope, we were just watching the Red Wings, enjoying a cold beverage.
You watched hockey at a non-clan event? It's crazy, dude.
Hockey's too white.
Hockey is cold. Oh yeah, hockey is mayonnaise, homie. It's straight mayonnaise.
There's a couple.
I was at the
in
grocery
NHL.
store the other day. I was at the grocery store, I swear to God, and the dude, I was buying like whole grain bread, and there was two black dudes like checking me out at the cash register, and so they have to make conversation with you at like the grocery store for some reason. I don't know why, but they always go, oh, so what are you making? Or, oh, is this good? Or, oh, I never tried this. I always wanted to try this. So I had this like totally nasty multi-grain bread, and the dude picks it up and looks at it like it was a piece of shit and was like, is this good? Is this bread any good? And I said, if you put enough mayonnaise on it, it's pretty good. And the two black dudes made the craziest face like I've ever. They were like, mayonnaise. It's pretty funny. Anyway, I don't know if you've ever heard that, but like, mayonnaise, white people and mayonnaise, it's sort of like a thing. We're big mayonnaise people. The whites.
I don't.
We better get back to
yeah,
that.
I don't prefer eating
The
mayonnaise. Like if it's on something, it's like okay, whatever. But if there's a way to like get something without it on it, I would prefer not to have it on it.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean like a spoon by the spoonful. I was just like, yeah, on a
Well,
sandwich.
even like in a sandwich or something, I don't like. I won't throw the sandwich away. Like it'll be like, I wish this wasn't on here, but I'll eat it. But like if it's like at a restaurant, I'll be like, oh yeah, can I get that? Without the mayo.
It's like
I'll
our
be like,
version.
yeah,
Of,
cool.
I think it's like our version of hot sauce.
Is that like white guilt?
It's like if Obama was in Idaho or something, and he's like, I always carry mayonnaise with me. Like I always got little mayonnaise.
Well, I think that's more European. Fucking in Europe, they dip their fries in it and shit. Like that's
Oh my god,
disgusting.
yeah,
to me.
it's awesome. That is, I'm telling you, that is the move right there.
But does their shit even look like ours? Their shit is like yellow. And
Well, they
nasty.
got 20 different mayonnaises over there, dude.
Yeah.
Like, when you go there, no shit, they got like all this different fucking mayonnaise, like salt and
put,
pepper
like, spice-
mayonnaise, lemon mayonnaise, yeah, like all those different sauces.
See, then I don't mind dipping my fry in there.
Yeah, even Hillary Clinton, after she lost, she was like, I don't carry no fucking hot sauce in my purse. She's like, no, I got mayonnaise.
Wait, did Hillary Clinton? She said hot sauce in her purse at one point or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't no ways not got no hot sauce in my purse.
She's like, oh, let me tell you about the hot sauce in my purse. Like, what? What happened? Why are you talking like this? It's okay when
no
Oprah does
ways. Missing hot sauce.
Yeah.
Oh, was she pandering to the
yeah.
the
To the
South or
toothless-
something?
to the
The one
toothless.
chick's face when she said that the hot sauce was priceless.
It was like, you gotta try this latte. Like, what? Turns out there was mayonnaise in that latte. It was fucking banging. Pumpkin spice
I ain't no
mayonnaise.
ways tired.
Yeah, she was like, let me tell you about the hot sauce in my purse. Like, whoa, whoa. She was like, yeah, I am from the South. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's okay when Oprah does that shit. No, not Hillary. Anyway, I'm glad that this recount's going on. I'm glad about it. I voted for Jill Stein. So I'm totally into her doing this recount.
I like her haircut.
She raised $7 million.
She looks like an X-Man. Like white hair. She's like Storm.
Yeah. A storm of fascism. She's totally down for breaking up the banks at gunpoint and taking over.
But
State
she'll go
control.
ahead and use the banks to cash her $7 million, even though she only spent $1 million to actually do the recount. So
She's
where's
got
that
a
other
smart
six go?
lawyer. She's got a smart lawyer because in the beginning it was like we need 5 million, and then it was like no, we need 6. Okay, we need 7. I think she's up to 9 now.
Dude, no, I remember at the time they said that, like in the first little bit or whatever, she got to 2 million and she only needed $1 million. Like they were ragging on her like after the first day or whatever, and now you're telling me she's up to 6 or 7? Like
No,
that's
I
way
never
more
saw
than-
that. Yeah, I never saw that. I saw
I
the
saw it
goal
when it
went
first
from
came
5.
out. They said if she gets 2 million, she only needs $1 million. Like she's already banking money.
God, dude. Yeah, they changed the goal line from to 7, and I think she's at 7, so they're changing it again. But they don't like they copy and pasted the original like statement, so the number just keeps changing. Like our lawyers need this number. Like our lawyers now need this number. It's pretty fucking hilarious.
See, that's the thing. That's why you don't put a number on it. You just be like, we need as much as we can get. Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like unfortunately our lawyer just announced our lawyer's daughter would like to go to a different college than originally thought. So we do definitely need more money now because anyway, I can't wait till this woman buys a house in cash next to Bernie's summer house that he bought in cash, $800 something. It's a summer home on the lake. I can't wait. They can be neighbors. She was probably jealous. She was like, Bernie bought a house in cash. How am I going to do that?
Well, and it's also, kind of sucking up to the Democrats a little bit or whatever, for whatever that gets them. But you know what I mean? Because it's like, Hillary can say, I'm not the one that wanted a recount. Like, I totally trust the process. But since you're doing it, yeah, I totally want to like win.
That gets her Hillary's extremists.
What it really is just more news for the media to sell. Get more people's panties in the bunch. Makes people watch more news, read more news. Makes them more money. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
What are they covering now? I heard Trump was gonna put everybody in prison because of his prison buddies, his private prison buddies.
Oh, you mean like the crime bill from the 90s that Clinton passed?
Yeah,
That's been fucking throwing people in prison forever?
the racist one.
Yeah, I mean, I will agree, dude. Like, fucking, we put too many types of people in prison. That is one point I agree with people on, is that I think the bad guys we should lock up for more time, like for longer. I think they get off easy. And like the stupid drug stuff, we should let most of them go. Now you have to be careful with that. I never thought of this before. Someone had mentioned it. Was that sometimes when people are in prison for just like a little bit of drug thing, it's actually because they got caught doing something worse, and they like plea deal down to like, all right, we won't charge you with attempted assault, like because you had a joint on you, so you'll just go to prison for the marijuana thing. So sometimes just because they're in there for drugs doesn't mean that they're not violent people.
I don't feel no ways tired. I've come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me that the road would be easy.
Wow.
He's like, ain't no mountain high enough. We're on the moon. Mm-mm. Well, ain't no stopping us now. She should have just started doing the fucking moonwalk when she said that shit. Like, bust into the moonwalk.
Hot sauce. Well, I ain't no ways tired, but I gotta go mail some things. So I'll be back in a bit.
All right, see you, Jewels.
I've come too far to not mail these things, Maggie.
Mm.
Are you
better
mailing
bring that
stuff
house
to
up.
Smeggy?
Oh no, actually that I have to still mail to you, but I have to go to a separate place for that, and I keep forgetting to put it in a box and put it in that separate place. I have to go to UPS for that. I keep forgetting. We'll eventually do it though. Sorry about that. But I remembered right now again, so maybe I'll come back.
Oh, yeah, you kind of just sparked my memory. Yeah, you owe me something.
Yeah. Well, I was waiting for a second one that turned out to just be a leg puller. So I was waiting, and then I was like, oh yeah, I forgot to send the first one. So they'll be getting out there sooner or later, though. I ain't no ways tired, Smeggy.
I ain't no ways tired. That's all good. Now I know how Night Strike feels because I still haven't sent him that fucking trigger. He's always bitching at me about. I feel like a horrible human being. I traded with him and he sent the thing out like the next day, and I haven't sent my part yet. So I'm a horrible, horrible human being.
Douche.
I know. Well, you know, oh fuck, dude, it was right before all the travel and shit, and like my brain doesn't work good, so I remember stuff like in the middle of the night, be like, oh yeah, I gotta do that tomorrow, and then we'll go the entire business day not thinking about it, and then at midnight I'll be like, oh, I gotta do that. So it's sitting right here. I mean, I got his ad. I'm ready to fucking ship it. I just haven't yet. So, yeah, I'm a bad person, though.
I ain't in no ways a bad person.
Bob Z joined the chat. What
Nice
the hell?
show.
Is that like Bob and Island Z together?
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
And it sounds like Dano? What the fuck? And it has the Daily Gun Show logo. Yeah, we can hear you, by the way.
He's
But,
been assimilated.
dude,
Speaking of triggers that have not yet arrived, how's that AKT trigger coming?
it has not yet arrived. I got an email from TAC the other day.
Somebody owes you a trigger.
Yeah,
You
no,
owe
we're
somebody
gonna
else a trigger.
we're gonna work something out, so it's all good.
So that was like 7 months ago, right?
I don't think it was that long ago.
Which deal are you
6
talking
months.
about?
When he bought a trigger, then it wasn't in stock or something. I thought that was like at least 6 months ago.
No, that was just like 2 months ago.
Oh, okay.
It was whenever because that was one of the things. It's like, oh, I don't have it, but I'm gonna see them guys like this weekend. It was when they were going to that big like media event thing.
All right, big three.
And then when he
He
came
offered,
back
like,
from that,
10% off of everything
honestly,
from
I
the
think what's
store.
happening is because they came out with like a different type. I think they just aren't going to have that other thing anymore. That's my guess.
Oh, I bet.
Well,
So,
they're two different prices, though.
oh, I know. I'm just saying that's. I think it has something to do with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm not losing sleep over it though.
I see other places with it in stock.
Yeah.
But when you're dealing with Joe in his basement doing an online store, you never know what you get.
Yeah. Well, dude. Like I said, I'm not worried about it.
I don't know, somebody who
Tech's been good to me in the past, so I'm not. It's all good. When he gets it, he gets it. If he doesn't, then we'll work something out.
Sounds like you're sweating bullets over it to me.
Oh yeah, I totally am. You can tell, right?
I know, right? Like, man, look at me. I've been waiting like over a month just to get a Ford Assist, and like, yeah. And I went like as far as just to contacting the company that made it, not who I ordered it from, and being like, hey, when are you guys gonna have this shit back in stock? Like, what's up? I'm waiting.
And here's the other thing too. I've communicated with TAC a handful of times already during this process, so it's not like it's like I just haven't heard anything. I don't know what happened. Like, at the first one was he was out of stock and he was going to try and get it from one place, and then turns out he couldn't get it from there, so he's going to try someplace different. And it's like whatever. So
how long has it been since your last communication?
I'm not sure. A week ago, maybe.
Oh.
I mean, I know you're interested to know because of your experience with it, but yeah, I'm not as anxious about it. When I get it, I'll put it in my gun. If I never get it, I never get it. Whatever.
What happened? You bought a trigger from Tac Daddy?
Yeah.
That's how he runs his store. It's always like putting in fucking links to a store in the chat.
Yeah, he is putting links to his store in his chat.
That's what I'm saying. But what?
Who's
going to order when it takes 7 months?
Well, and that's why I'm trying to not talk shit about him and all this stuff, because it's between me and him, and we're handling it. It's something that he ended up being out of stock of. All the other shit from my order he sent like the next day. I bought stuff from him in the past and have had no problems with it. So I'm trying to convey to you guys that it's not like he's fucking around or anything, and it'll get taken care of. Because I definitely don't want to put the guy down, because he's a nice guy.
Really?
I honestly wouldn't be worried about it either, Smiggy. I'm right there with you. I like Tac Daddy. He's a pretty good guy, dude. He's gonna do everything.
And the other thing is,
if he can't, he'll work something out with you, I'm sure.
yeah, and it'd be different if I had never met him or hadn't interacted with him through comments and stuff on the old YouTube chats and all that stuff. It'd be different if it's some dude in Russia or something. Okay, I'm assuming he took my money. I'm never seeing my shit. But I got my other stuff, and it's just something was out of stock. It's like whatever. It's back ordered. So I saw him at NRA show. Said hi to him
with your fist.
No, because that was before I ordered the trigger and everything, so I had nothing. My only interaction at that point was, talking with him on the thing, and that's when I told him, "Oh, yeah, I'm Smeggy." He's like, "Oh, yeah, dude, I see you on Thursday nights." Like, yeah, that's cool. Nice to finally meet you. He's not one of them peoples who doesn't, know his commenters and stuff. And shit, last year at SHOT Show when he was doing all that live stuff, I guess it would be the 15 SHOT Show. He was doing all the live shows during the day and stuff, and I was always in there talking and whatever. And when he got back, he's like, to all those guys that were there live during the day, I'm gonna hook you guys up. And he sent me out a couple of T-shirts and patches and stickers and all this fucking swag he got from SHOT Show. He didn't have to do that. I was like, wow, that's awesome. Just because I was bored at work and watching your video instead of doing work, like I got free stuff for it.
So what's your next gun, Smeggy?
That's a good question.
What do you want to be your next gun is probably a better.
Yeah, I think my next purchase, it will be next year because I'm not getting anything in a month. So it'll at least be sometime in 2017. But I think it's going to be a single stack 9, something for carry. I like the shield. I shot it and it was cool. I shot a little bit better than the Ruger LC9S, which I thought I would like because I had previously shot the LC9. My ex-wife actually had one, but it was the hammer-fired one. The trigger was fucking horrible. So the striker-fired version, like, I'll give them props. They super improved the trigger. But I like the shield better. But there's still a couple other ones I want to try, so I'm still holding out till I can get my hands on those. I think the Walther PPS is looking pretty good to me.
That's what I would get if. Well, actually, I still want one. If I see one in a color, I'll buy it. Maybe.
I read a nice ad.
Yes, over a shield. Is that what you said?
Yeah, PPS. PPS M2.
Yeah, because they changed it a little bit from the first version. I had the European mag release. Well, not, I guess European's on the bottom, right? It was the one that's like on the trigger guard or whatever, which is still kind of European style. That's like modern European style, where the heel release was old school European style. But they've changed it back to like, button on the side, like American guns normally have. I forget what else they changed. They did something else. Oh, they got rid of the interchangeable back strap.
Yeah.
But guns tend to fit my hand pretty good anyways, so I don't know if I would have needed that anyways.
You probably don't. The first gun, when you took the back strap off, it disabled the gun too.
Yeah, see that I don't like that extra point of failure of something going wrong with it. So I don't know. We'll see. I've never had that one in my hand or anything, so I don't know. Maybe I won't like it at all. I have like long, skinny hands. Like my fingers are super long, but I don't have like big fat hands. So
hey Smeg, there's a message for you in the outer chat from Clay. It says,
I saw that. Yeah.
just tell Tack Edge. He'll take care of it.
Yeah. I've heard that works in every industry everywhere in the world. Just tell him Edge. So, but anyways, back to the Walther. I don't know. I'd like to get it in my hands. I'd really like to shoot it first. I don't like buying stuff I've never shot before. Although I did that with my CZ and I was happy with it. So far I'm 100% in liking guns that I've bought without shooting, but I don't want to make a habit out of it if I can help it. Just the local range I went to didn't have one available to rent. So maybe when I'm a little more serious about it, I'll, if they even have one. I don't think they had one last time I saw either. But like maybe if they have one for sale, and I'll be like, I'm like 90% sure I want this, but will you let me shoot this one, even though it's not a rental gun? Because I'm probably gonna buy it anyways. And if they do, then I'll, shoot a mag through it or something, be like, oh, yeah, that's cool, I'm buying it.
And if you don't, it'll be the last time you'll be there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. That's the gamble.
No, like one of my shops that has a range, what they'll do is if you're interested in buying a gun there and they have that same gun in their case as a rental gun, they won't charge you the rental. They'll just charge you the ammunition, and you can go in and shoot it and come back out and straight up say, no, man, I don't like this one. What about this one? You got this one? And, but you got to pay for the ammo, but they don't charge you for like rental gun time or anything.
Right. Well, and that's, if they had
they also
one,
have to have that same gun in their rental gun.
That's the problem. They did not, because I went there a month ago or something like that. I don't know how long ago it was. Time's confusing. But a little bit ago, specifically going, I'm going to rent like every single stack 9 they have, because they do a thing. If you pay for a rental, like you can trade it out as many times as you want. They don't like charge you more, right? So you go in, you shoot a little bit out of one, you take that out, you get another one, you go back in, you shoot some more, you take that out, But they didn't have one that was available to rent, so I was only able to really shoot the 2 that they had. So they had an XD, which whatever. I've shot like the other XDs before, and I don't know, not a huge fan of them, so whatever. And then they had the Glock, which I don't want a Glock because I'm stubborn and I'm anti-establishment. I'm a hipster. Yeah, there's this other place which I don't know. I don't really like this one guy that works there, but everyone else who works there is cool. It just seems like I always get stuck with him every time I go there, and he also like polices the range. So even if you're just in there like shooting, he'll like come in and start yelling at someone and like make everyone like all like uncomfortable and nervous and shit because he's all like just I don't know, he's a dick. But anyways, they have a thing that if you rent like 3 rental charges up until you buy a gun. Like if you go in there, rent a couple guns or whatever, then you come back a little bit later, rent a couple more, and come back again, and you do end up buying a gun from them, they'll subtract up to 3 rental charges off the gun that you bought from them. So you do pay for it at the time, but if you end up getting the gun, like let's say you get it right then and there, they would take the charge right off. But you could do it 3 times and get, $30 off your gun. So that's kind of cool. But like I said, I don't really like them as much. So I go to this other range that I like better. Just their stuff for sale is kind of lacking. Like they definitely do the majority of their business off of just the, firing line and not off of like selling guns and accessories. Like they have a little bit of like accessories, but not much. And I never see anyone like buying stuff. Like no one's like, oh, I need some cleaning patches, or oh, this is a neat range bag. Like I've never seen anyone like buying products there. I've only seen people either buying a gun or like waiting to go to the range and then shooting and then leaving. So
my range, like a couple of the guys there I know, and they always ask me like, oh, like what are you shooting today? Like, what have you built or whatnot? And then I always show them, and then they all ask like, how come you never buy from us? Like, how come you never buy like a lot of this shit from us? And I'm like, dude, have you seen your guys' prices? Like you're literally marked up like 45% higher. I was like, if you're even like close, like just a couple bucks off, then I do buy from you, and I have. A couple little things here and there and stuff like that. But, just because they were close, like I was like, oh man, I can get this right now, not have to wait for shipping and pay $2 more, whatever. Okay, sure. But when I'm, for like a handguard I can get for, let's say, $35 shipped on the internet, they want 60 for it, then plus tax and everything. It's like, man, I'm paying like almost twice as much. Then I can't justify it. I straight up told them that, you know. I was just like, hey, like, that's just the way it is.
Right. And it's either that like they're not buying enough volume to get like the good price that the internet guys are, or they're just trying to have like huge markup. Which, hey, it costs money to run a store. I mean, that's the thing. There's overhead in having an actual store that you don't have if you're just an internet warehouse. But still, yo, I'm with you on that though. Like if it's twice as much or whatever, yeah, no thanks. But if it's like $5 difference, then yeah, I'd rather buy it from a local place.
Well, it's like I'll have, like let's take a lower for instance, come in, right? And they basically have the same lowers, but even with their transfer fee and everything, it's cheaper for me to buy on the internet. And, you know, and because they want almost twice as much basically for like the same lowers. So it's like, man, I just can't justify paying twice as much from you guys.
Well, and especially when you're buying like 10 lowers at a time for $40 each or something, whereas, you know, that's going to be big money if you bought it from them with $80 each or even 70 or whatever.
It's like I bought a billet lower, and the billet lower, like they had pretty much the identical billet lower, and they wanted $220, and I got mine for $99. And it's like the same one, you know. So by the time I still paid the transfer fee and everything, I came out literally half the price for the same billet lower. I'm like, you know, like when you double the price on something, don't expect to sell a lot of it until the one guy who like is either super rich or just doesn't care, or, you know, whatever. You know, like you can prey on that guy, I guess, all you want, but me, I can't afford just to go out and pay just whatever for something because I want it. I have to look for deals or budget my money, you know, and like, so if I can get it for half the cost, I'm sorry, I'm not buying from you.
Right. Well, that's like the place I was talking about before that's got the jerk work in there. When I was actually looking for my CZ, you know, they didn't have it. They had the polymer version, and this is what kicked off the whole thing. This is the first interaction with him this was long ago when I was looking for it. And I was like, well, I want, you know, the metal version. I don't want the polymer. He's like, yeah, but you should get the polymer version. And I said, oh, okay, well, why is that? Like, I was open to, okay, you know, why? Like, please explain it to me. And he goes with just, because it's better. And I was like, really? That's your go-to? Is you're just going to tell me that I'm an idiot and that this one's better? Like, no thanks.
Who said that to you?
The dude at the gun store.
That's
And
awesome.
it's like, here's the thing. I would have accepted as an answer, well, it's, you know, it's lighter weight,
yeah.
it's blah, blah, blah. Like there are things polymer guns do better than steel guns. But when I was buying that, I didn't have my carry permit or anything. I knew I would get one, but I didn't have it at the time. So I was looking for a range gun that would be soft shooting and accurate and fun, and a home defense that holds as much as possible or whatever. So I don't need it to be lightweight. Like that's something that was not one of my criteria. So you could tell me, oh, it's lightweight and stuff. I'd say, well, that's great. It's going to sit like on the table, and my table's not going to fall over. So I don't care if it's heavy. And the fact that, sorry, good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Never mind. I'll wait till you're done.
Oh, I was just going to say the fact that the metal one is heavy is what makes it fun at the range, because it just goes plink, plink, plink. And, you know, there's no problem.
When we were in Tulsa, we had the opportunity to shoot both the polymer version as well as the I don't want to say steel version, but because part of it's steel, part of it's aluminum, but
the metal version.
Yeah, the metal version. And you know, just holding them hand in hand, it's really a perceptual difference in weight. Now I realize technically there's a difference in weight, but as far as like feeling, the difference is barely detectable. And when shooting, Remington is a slightly softer shooting as a result of that additional mass or density in the material. At least that was my experience, shooting them, one and then immediately shooting the other.
Right, and that's so whatever. That's the one I wanted. Yeah, it's like and whatever. The point was then, that's how I started talking about that thing, was that he was like, oh yeah, this is the only one we have. And so I was like, oh well, is there any way you can like order the metal one? Because like I want to buy it, and I'll put money, like I'll put a deposit down if you can like get it from your distributor or something. Like I didn't really know like how do you get guns. I knew the internet existed, that you could find online stores and have them shipped to an FFL, but I didn't really know like where to go looking for it yet or anything. I was kind of new. And he's like, no, we just get what we get. And I was like, okay, well, what if I like find it online? Can I have it shipped here? Like, you guys have a transfer thing? And he's like, yeah, it's, like $60 transfer fee. I'm like, well, that seems a bit high, because I had heard other people say it's like, $25 or $20, something like that. And he's like, well, we do that because we don't want people to buy online. We want them to buy it from us. And I said, I also want to buy it from you. I asked you if you could order it for me, and you said no. Like, that's the part that made me mad. I wanted to just throw money at this store and say, give me the gun I want. And you made it very restrictive and were very standoffish about the whole thing, saying like, no, we don't do special orders. Fuck that. You get what you get, blah, blah, blah. Like, he was being real rude. And I was like, well, I'll just find it online. He goes, well, we don't want people doing that, so we're going to charge you a whole bunch.
Some of that is indeed the obstinance of the owners and the managers. Some of it is the flexibility, or in some cases, the lack of flexibility of the distributors, and what they'll allow their dealers to do or not do.
Yeah, it just, and I get that. Okay, you can't get it, whatever. My whole point is that, like, and I kind of understand why you would maybe have a higher transfer fee or something, because like you are trying to encourage the people to buy it from you instead of buying it online, because there's probably people that buy shit online to save $2, like when it's all said and done, and it's like, and that's kind of hurting them or whatever.
But ultimately, any gun store wants the money out of your pocket. Now, does it really matter whether it comes through a transfer or a gun sale? As long as they get the money out of your pocket and into theirs. To me, no, it shouldn't matter.
Right, but the difference is if they can make more money off the gun than off the transfer, which from what I hear, margins aren't great on firearms anyway, so it's not like they're probably making $20 per gun they sell anyways. So I don't see the difference.
I won't pay overpriced transfers, because a lot of gun shops, even if you say, okay, I'll buy it, and they'll be like, okay, we'll order it from one of our distributors, and then their distributor doesn't have it, and you're waiting on it for like months and months. I would just buy it online and have it shipped to your cheapest guy that transfers and give him your business.
Right. Well, and that's what I do for online stuff. There's a guy, he works out of his basement. He works a full-time job, and then he also has an FFL. So, and he charging me $20 for a transfer.
Yeah, because all it is a paperwork service, so it's not like they need some special equipment.
Right, exactly.
That's naive. That's naive. It's simplistic. It's a childish view of the world.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying just go to the cheaper guy. If they're like $50 is outrageous to me around here.
What is simplistic? That it doesn't take a lot of special equipment to do.
Yeah, it only takes a pencil. Anyone can do it. Just takes a pencil. Just open up an FFL. You're entrepreneurial.
It's just a pencil.
Hey, a black ink.
It's like comparing an FFL, somebody who's an FFL with somebody who's a gunsmith. Two very different things.
What? No, it's like comparing somebody who sells oranges to somebody who sells guns. Two very different things. There's not a federal obligation and responsibility to do paperwork and shit. So, So if you're talking, I don't know, fill in the blanks, $20, $70, some amount of money per transfer, that's same amount of work for your labor, same amount of labor, all in the future and all in the past. If that gun ever gets a trace, you got to take somebody off the floor, get them on the back, and start searching through paperwork. It's being responsible for all the correct paperwork, and depending on how many transfers you're doing, that's putting burden on that person who's responsible for doing them. In addition, the person who has to check them, because I don't know a shop that doesn't do redundant checks on those things, since their license and their jobs depend on it. And then you've got all the paperwork that accumulates. So unless you've got unlimited space and you're talking
free.
No, but you're suggesting that it is only the paperwork, that the time it takes for the paperwork to happen. I'm trying to express that there's a hell of a lot of infrastructure that's necessary to support that paperwork.
To look up what you mentioned is paperwork. It is looking things up.
What?
It's a federal inventory system.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the 4473 that has to be done when you're talking about transferring something.
Right.
You're saying that it's only paperwork, and all you got to do, it shouldn't cost any more money than any place else because they're all artificial. And that's not true. I'm trying to say, if you are going to put through a transfer and charge X amount of dollars for it, whatever that is, that amount of money is the exact same amount of time as it would be for a gun. Now, if it's a $60 gun or a $2,000 gun, you get to dollar cost average that, or whatever that's called, where you're that in the lifetime of your business, you're gonna sell X amount of guns that bring in this much profit and X amounts of guns that bring in that much profit. And I bet you it's more than, or you're trying to gain more than $40 or something, whatever your transfer charge is.
The vast majority of places that I hear from other channels members is between $20 and $35 seems to be a very common number, and they seem to be satisfied with that dollar amount, and that seems reasonable to me.
Well, all right, then you asked me why it's simplistic, so I try to give you an explanation of why it's simplistic to think of it as just the fucking paperwork that you do while you're standing there as the customer in front of the store. And then when I try to explain it all, you tell me that I'm explaining too much, that it's crazy and that it should be $20. So I'm telling you that if it costs X amount of dollars to sell a gun in a store, you can't just come in and say, I'm the customer, I'll tell you how much it costs to sell a gun in your store.
I'm just saying the competition will determine the price.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it will. You call around as your fingers do the walking. Find out who's got the expensive transfer, and that's who you go to.
Well, some of the stores don't even care to do it.
Between the customer and the store, all you want. So we won't have a conversation then. Sure.
Some stores don't even care if they do them or not, so they'll charge $50. So they don't care if you go to the cheaper guy.
Exactly. So you go to the cheaper guy. That's capitalism.
No problem solved then.
If you only want to look at it as that, then fine.
I'm just the customer that wants it now. I want it now. I don't want you to order it from your distributor.
Well, and that's in my specific situation. I wasn't that customer, and that was my whole point, was that I wanted to just buy it from them. It's like I was literally that meme. I was shut up and take my money. Like, just this is what I want. And that's when the dude was like, well, we can't get it. And for whatever reason, you're right. Maybe their distributors you can't just call them up and say, hey, send me one thing. They would have had to buy 20 of them, and they're not willing to do that. Okay, fine, whatever. But then when I was like, well, how much for the transfer? He's like, oh, it's a bunch of money. And I was like, wow, that seems a little high. And his reasoning was, well, we want to encourage people to buy from us instead of buying online. And I was like, yeah, but I tried to buy from you. You don't have what I want. Like, why are you making it hard for me then to buy online?
So again, I'm trying to explain it, that if your store, try to tell me how much a store makes on a gun. Do you have any concept how much a store makes on a gun?
Like $20, 50.
Yeah, it's not much, right? The store does not make that much money on a gun. So they have to, and then think of the only thing that costs money in that store is, well, besides buying the products, is how much labor it takes to run the rules that FFL has to deal with. It's not a store selling lemons where they can go buy whatever the fuck lemons they want, sell them for whatever the price, pay some taxes, and nobody regulates them or cares what they're doing there. Maybe the plumber or the fire department comes in once in a while, make sure that they got fire exits. But aside from that, nobody over-regulates their shit. With an FFL, you know you're getting an audit. And you know you're going to potentially get an audit anytime they feel like it. You know they're going to secret shop you. You know that there's antis out to get you. You know that there's just dipshits that understand the law who are going to do all kinds of weird shit out there. You got all kinds of potential issues to deal with, and you're not making that much money on a gun. So I know from talking to people, from knowing people that run shops and not just walking in as a customer and walking out, that there's a really tight line between how much it costs to sell each gun. And if somebody's just going to walk in and go, here's some, do all the paperwork, but I only want to give you $20. Well, if you're not making $20, if that's not in your budget, if you can't do the paperwork for $20 profit, then you can do it for $60. So maybe that shop that's charging $60, whenever they did the math, that's how much it costs their guy to stand there for that long and do that with you. And you might think that's wrong or whatever. I'm trying to tell you that's naive, that it's not all just a whole bunch of apples and one apple decided to charge $25 more. I'm saying every shop's different.
Will the local market bear the price?
What?
Will the local market bear the price? If everybody's charging 60, then 60.
Who gives a shit, man? Who gives a shit? I don't know where you're like, what are you, communists? Like you're going to stand out in front of a shop and tell them how much they got to charge?
I'm not going to tell them jack shit. What I'm talking about is capitalism, not communism.
You're talking about communism. You're setting the prices. You're setting the prices as the popular.
Talking and not spending enough time listening.
Plus, I think if you just go to your local FFLs, that's not the solution. That's sleeping through it. What are we trying to accomplish besides save $30 or whatever? Those FFLs come and go. So that means all of those 4473s are at the ATF right now, or at least most of those 8s are at the ATF right now.
And G, correct me if I'm wrong, but to get an FFL, you do have to make some investments. Like I'm pretty sure there's some pretty hefty fees involved with that to become
it depends.
Then you have to.
There's requirements for the facilities, you mean, or do you mean because the license itself is like $300 for 5 years or $150 for 3 years or something like that?
And then
But now you have to have a business.
right?
You
Yeah,
have to have a business, but I know people that are in the county. Shut up. That don't have to like even zone, and they can get a business license from the state, and it's really inexpensive. But then you try to do that in the city of Tucson or like in some real town where there's taxes and everything. What? And you can't do it very cheap. But I don't want to say that it's. I know that there's people that can get into the business cheap, but I'm just saying it's unrealistic as a customer to just to just look at it and go, oh, these people are charging 75. It's the same as these people charging 20. These people are screwing us. I don't think that's the way to look at it.
you also have to invest in a certain type of a gun safe that's rated, I think, through the Department of Justice, the DOJ, and then there might be other requirements based on like where you keep the guns, if you're doing it out of your house, on like how your house is basically set up and the amount of entrances, and you can't have the same entrance from your house into the FFL part, like you'd have a different door there or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like is that correct?
Yeah, I don't want to go that far because I know a couple of FFLs where you have to walk into their house to get to it. So I don't know what the actual requirements are. That might depend on the city, like because you're going to have different zoning things for your local area.
So I know with
that's correct.
with my guy, like I said, he does it in his basement, but you go in through his front door, cut through his living room, go through the kitchen, all that stuff, whatever.
Yeah, that might be more of a city thing. You can't have residential door as your business door.
It's simple supply and demand.
So the thing is, the actual FFL location, like down in his basement, like it's its own room, and that door has to be lockable, and then he has to have the safe and stuff like inside there. So his home office is like not just the whole basement. It's like a little room that he had to build with a lockable door that keeps all his stuff safe, and then his other shit is inside the safe. And I just want to say to G-Webs, like, I understand that like a store or whatever might have different prices or different cost than like a dude running it out of his house or whatever. And my whole point, I'm not saying that, okay, if you have to charge $60, that's what you have to charge to make money. Okay, like your costs are high. You have a lot of overhead. My point was the guy's comment. Well, he basically, because I asked him like, wow, that seems a little high. What's up with that? And he told me specifically, it's because we don't want people buying online. We want them buying from us instead.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I can totally understand that. If he knows he's going to make, what, $80 on a gun on average, or maybe they did some kind of customer thing where they figured out if you buy a gun from us, you're going to buy X amount of follow-up things, and that'll equal $100. Or you can do a transfer with us, and that means you're probably never going to come back again. And if you do, it's just to do another transfer. So the best we can get is $60 from you, and then you got to look at how many customers who care about the store, who go in there and are customers, are going to be traces where a gun gets stolen or used in a crime or sold a couple of 50 times, or something happens to it to flag it and they go trace it. And I don't know, maybe you guys haven't dealt with traces before, but that's time where an employee or the boss has to come off the floor and he has X amount of time to go do the FBI's paperwork for him and to go dig through their files. So if you know the transfers, you can Yankee me. You can Yankee me now. Let me finish my sentence. So if you know that the transfers are going to initiate a bunch of traces, then why would you want to encourage them?
Well, then just put up a sign, no transfers.
Then you're going to be getting a bunch of people on the internet going, this son of a bitch wouldn't even transfer, and this guy will do it for $20. This guy's a son of a bitch.
Well, I don't think the store is a son of a bitch for charging more money.
I know. I'm just saying that's the general gist, though. You can't win for losing, and I'm just trying to throw the other thing in there, that there's more to it, and I can totally understand why a store would want to allow transfers but not encourage it.
Right. And if they had the gun available, I would have bought it from them. If they were able to order it and I got it a month later, I would have bought it from them. Like that's the whole point of the story. I was trying to give them all my money.
Well, I'm not trying to defend that store. I'm just trying to defend the concept that all transfers are not created equal, and everybody can't just do these transfers the same, and that transfer isn't the same. It's a big difference between, and you talked about a guy having to have like a secure room inside of his basement. I know people that just put a lock on their side of their door of their garage and close the garage door permanently, and that's their gun shop. So that's different, I think. Like say, that's probably more of a city or local business requirements.
I thought that was ATF.
Well, I know ATF says you have to have a safe, but I know people that didn't put a safe inside of a room inside of a locked building. And I know gun shops that don't have a room
The
inside of
ATF
a
did that rule change where you have to have a storefront, or there was people with home FFLs that could renew them, but no new ones were being issued.
Oh, did they already make that change?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know.
That's just a judgment call, though. They can change their mind on that whenever they feel like it.
Well,
I don't know that because I only dealt with people way before that, like years ago.
I don't know what it is now, but I just go for a fact. Yeah, FAJ said out here that own up or just 14 year FFL for your house. So like
He's got a
Is
wicked.
he breaking up for everybody, or is that just me?
and the FFL. But that was out. I don't know. That's,
Yeah,
Is he breaking up for everybody?
he wasn't breaking up, but it was echoing pretty bad because you weren't muted.
Oh, it's me?
You're the echo, yeah.
Son of a bitch.
First we can't hear you at all. Now we hear everything twice.
I'm compensating.
All right. Well, I got to go make the donuts, so you all enjoy.
Have fun. But my buddy went through the process of getting an FFL for his home, and he backed out like before he ended up getting it. And that's where I thought the whole like locked room plus the safe thing came from the ATF, because I thought he was the one that told me about it. But maybe it was just because maybe that's a state thing, and the FFL was like, oh yeah, by the way, in Michigan, you can't just have a safe in your living room. Like it has to be Like some other outside thing has to also be locked in your place of business, quote unquote. And his whole thing about it, why he ended up not really going through, is like that basically once he got to like the interview part, and he really just wanted to do it for like friends and family, like maybe 1 or 2 transfers a year type of thing. Like he just wanted it because he wanted it. And they were very negative on that. And basically were like, nah, dude, like you have to be trying to make money. Like you can't just do it for free for your friends because you're a nice guy. Like you have to be trying to make money. And he also
it says right in the instructions though that you can't do it for that. Like it makes it very clear that you have to be in business.
Right. Well, I mean, he would have technically been in business, just not for very much money. But I
hear you. And you can't even. I don't even know if you can be a nonprofit.
Or isn't there a minimum amount of like firearms you're supposed to sell?
No, not really. That's the part that's frustrating for everybody, because I know tons of people want to do it as a second job, and it's like, where do you call it a second job at? Like, where is it not a hobby, and where is it a second job? Where is it a first job?
Yeah, do you do it once a month? Do you do it once a week? Do you do it once a day? Like how much do you have to do it for it to count?
And that's the other thing, is that because of the stupid system, Dano's not here to hear this part, of course, so he doesn't acknowledge any of this exists. But those guys that have them, they need to do them, so they're going to do transfers whenever they freaking can. So you are the, what do they call it? It's a buyer's market or whatever. Like they need to do transfers, so they're desperate. They're going to charge anything so that you come to there to do a transfer, because if you don't, they're going to lose their freaking license. Well, not if you don't, but if they don't do them, they'll lose their license. So there's that part of it where maybe they'd rather charge $75 just like a store, because it's such a pain in the ass. I can't imagine wanting to do that. They have to like deal with traces and all that. That means potentially you got to go to court. One time I signed at FFL, and I had to get interviewed by the ATF and shit. Like, what did this guy say? What was he doing? What did he buy? I'm like, dude, this is like, I forget now. It was like a long time ago, and they were asking me about something that happened a long time ago. Like, I don't remember. I don't realize I had to know about this with like recall so many years later. Can you imagine being the guy with the actual name on the license? And he's got to be responsible for people like me that just showed up one day and signed a thing. Yeah, I can't see it. It's massive infringement. Every level.
Well, the solution would be just get rid of 4473.
NFA. Then the 68 fails. Then there's no NFA. Then there's no 4473.
Oh, there we go. That works too.
I'm depressed though, because all of the stuff that I thought was such big stuff, maybe it was just big talk, because I ain't hearing shit, and all I keep hearing is like, oh, I'm busy because of this holiday, or this is happening, I can't talk about this, and I'm thinking maybe it's all a bunch of bullshit.
Hey, don't get all Artis and Tony on us.
Oh, I am.
It is
I think
the
this guy.
holidays. People are stressed.
But I guess I'm looking at it like we need to have a list of stuff for him as he walks into office, not like welcome him into office and then go get our shit together and figure out what to ask him at the end of, because then it'll be SHOT Show and we'll all be busy. So then maybe at the mid-February we ask him what we want him to do, and then we all figure out, oh no, we want him to do this instead, or this one costs $13 more, so why don't we do this one that costs $11, or some nonsense. And then before we know it, it's the time when the legislation process needs to start, right? It has to go into the committees or whatever. So I'm starting to get
But I think
excited.
he's gonna try to do something with healthcare first.
Well, I'm sure of that, but we're not asking him to put any attention to nothing. I'm talking about all the work we need to do, needs to start getting done. Because, yeah, I think he'll just hold the door open for us as we usher our shit in, right? We're going to have figured out what we want. We're going to have prettied it all up for the Congress. We're going to push it through Congress with a bunch of emails and stuff. By the time he gets it, all he's got to do is look up from whatever the hell else he's doing, sign it, and then say, take credit for it, and then say thanks, and then we enjoy NFA free life.
I definitely agree with you, though, that we need to do the groundwork. And I also, as soon as he won, everyone was like, "Oh my God, free guns for everyone!" And I was the pessimist that was saying, "We're not going to get as much stuff as we think we will unless we bust our ass."
We ain't gonna get nothing, but we can take anything we want back, or we should be able to. Like I say, he should be holding the door open for us, right?
Today? No, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work if G-Webs mutes.
Oh man. I was gonna
It's
say
different now than before. Oh, it's because I'm on this different browser because your link wouldn't let me in my real browser. Let me try go back to my real browser.
Well, and one of the things real quick too, I wanted to bring back up about the home FFLs. Another thing my buddy found out was that if he ran one out of his house, you know, the whole like surprise visit stuff that they can do to FFLs, that includes his entire house. Even if he's just like, well, I only do gun stuff like in my office, like that's where all the paperwork and stuff, they can still, you know, search his entire house whenever they feel like, looking for whatever they want. And that was another thing that he was kind of turned off on. I just wanted to get that out there while I was thinking about it.
I had a thought about FFL fees for transfers, and if you're an FFL and you're selling guns left and right over your counter, then you're making a markup on each one of those guns. And if then you have to go and transfer a firearm from a third party, it's going to take the same amount of time and effort. And so it would behoove you to charge the same amount of a fee as you would have made in markup on just an over-the-counter transfer.
Let's see. I wonder if this one's working.
I think that just summed up the conversation we had.
Yep.
testing.
Right. So in like a state that sells a lot of guns, all kinds of different guns like Texas, their markups are probably pretty low. They have good prices, $25, whatever. It's not a big deal for a transfer fee. But in a state like Hawaii or Massachusetts, where you have a lot of restrictions and few firearms to choose from, the markups are going to be higher for sales, and therefore their transfer fees are going to be higher just to match that profit margin.
No, transfer fees are all labor, in my opinion. So transfer fees are going to deal with how much time there is. So it's going to depend on traces, how many traces you're getting back. And I assume there's going to be more traces on transfers. But, and then how much you're paying your people to be there and how much your real estate costs.
So why would you think there'd be more traces on transfers? Just out of curiosity.
Well, because a regular person who goes into a frequents a store is probably a gun person, where somebody who's just buying something for the cheapest price possible and jumping over to buy something else, it's all transfers, all just commodities. They're just moving their guns along. You know, they just buy it online. They don't like it. You know, they sell it in a parking lot. It gets sold 6 more times. Something happens and it gets traced. Just more potential for it to be moving around, where in my experience, well, my opinion, I guess, there's no way to know, people that frequent gun shops or collectors, you know, they're not buying it and sell it at the next gun show. It's probably going to stick around and then be less apt to pass through hands. They get traced for all kinds of things. I mean, a million things. Mother-in-law comes home and finds a 1911 and the thing, oh goodness, what's this? And takes it to the police station. All of a sudden they're tracing it for some reason. You know, it's just
right.
silly
Yeah,
things.
I you on that. Just because it was traced doesn't mean that it's a crime gun or it's something, you know. It just means that someone's trying to find out who bought it or whatever.
It means the government's getting paid, so they're going to go ahead and do it. They're tasked with it, technically. They're going to do it because they're getting paid, so they're going to do it because it's their job. And then it means every FFL who's ever touched the damn thing from the manufacturer on down gets to take time and labor to go have somebody track down a piece of stupid paper. And I don't want it to be electronic. I don't want them to not have to do that. But I just want everybody to be aware that it's not just taking a piece of paper that you fill out on the table there in the front of the store and putting it in a folder and 10 years later giving it to the ATF. It's being responsible ultimately for every single freaking one of those pieces of paper. And then the amount of headache and time it takes to sort through them, number one, for your audits, which you are going to get as a licensed business owner, an FFL, and then those freaking traces, which means you got to have a good system. It's got to be accessible. It's got to be fireproof. It's got to be secure. And you got to have people who are on your books or whatever that go in and, trustworthy enough to go through and find the things and not screw it up for the audits, which you're going to get as a thing. And that means you're shutting down, depending on how many, you do a bunch of transfers. That's a whole bunch of guns that never even went through your store. But now you got all this paperwork you got to deal with. So they're going to audit every single one of those 4473s. You don't got the gun, came through your store. That's it. I don't know. It just, there's a lot more to it. And I think I just hate to see us all, I don't know, just think about it in such a simplistic way that it's just this piece of paper that gets put in a folder and then ignored.
So just to refresh myself, when they do a trace on a transfer, they're taking a firearm with a known serial number and then working their way backwards through the last known transfer.
Well,
Yeah,
a transfer has nothing to do with anything. A transfer is the action of buying a gun and then having it, for whatever law, have to go through a gun shop. So they call it a transfer, but that's not even a legal thing. That's just something that a term we've come up with for the idea of having a gun need to go through an FFL for whatever reason, because it's across state lines or whatever. So when you're talking about a trace, you're talking about the ATF, for whatever reason, who's the only one allowed to touch it, is told to go trace a gun. And they either have the gun in their hand or they suspect the gun exists somewhere and they need to figure out more about it. So they'll start at the manufacturer and work their way down. So they'll start at the manufacturer. It'll tell them where it was made, when it was made, I guess, and then what wholesaler probably it went to. Then that wholesaler will have to get involved, and then they'll probably be able to tell it what gun shop it went to. And then the gun shop will have to go through and, where I was talking about, tell them what it was on the 4473, the transfer to an individual. And then depending on what's going on, doors start getting knocked on.
Right. And so for the internet point of view, it'd go like manufacturer, distributor, and then like, whatever the internet gun store. And then they would say, oh, we sold it to this FFL. And then they would contact, your local store, and they would look it up. And then they would say, oh, it's this person's name. And like G said, maybe they'll come and knock on your door and say, hey, you bought this gun 10 years ago. And you say, oh, yeah, I sold it on Craigslist or whatever. And then they go on from there.
Unless you're in a state where they have a formal registry, then it would go backwards from the last known purchaser, last known transfer, and backwards is what I was thinking.
Well, yeah, I guess if they have a registry, they would probably start the easiest way. Like, well, Michigan has a handgun registry. So if my handgun pops up somewhere or whatever, they'd look at it and say, oh, this person owns it. They might still do the trace to see what happened, but at the same time, they'd get the same information that, it's owned by me. And then also they could go through as, okay, manufacturer, store, then to me, okay, that's great. And then if for whatever reason they're looking for it, it's like, well, I got rid of it. Like I sold it to so-and-so. It's not my fault that they didn't register it. But that's where, as a person, a regular person, if I sell something, we have to fill out a little card that's got the buyer's name, the seller's name, and the serial number of the gun, probably addresses and stuff. I don't remember. And, the seller keeps a copy, the buyer keeps a copy, and they turn a copy into the state police, which is supposed to update the registry. So let's say I sell it to someone, and it's the seller's responsibility to turn that thing in. So if he doesn't turn it in, as far as the state's concerned, I still own it. So then when they come knocking on my door, I have to show them at least my part and say, well, this is the person I sold it to. And if I don't have that piece of paper, like because that guy fucked up, I'm in trouble. So it's really a cover your ass type of thing. And so far, I've never sold a handgun privately. But that's also because I've only bought one and I like it, so there's no need to sell it. But yeah, I would say state level stuff, that's they probably do jump the line a little bit more. Instead of, they might still do the trace through the ATF just to see if like it made a couple extra steps or whatever. But the state level one, they're going to look at who was the last person who registered this, and then try and figure out, okay, it went from this person to a criminal, how to get there. And unfortunately, it's probably kind of like a hot potato. The last person that legally registered it is probably the one that they're going to come down on and try and make it seem like you're, you know, a gun runner or something. Especially if they find a handful of guns that you're the last registered person on, that's going to be very suspicious of how come you've been selling all these guns that bad guys end up getting. Although you could still be innocent and you just have bad luck, but I would think that that's not going to look good for you.
Yeah, well, my house gets broken into every month, so what can I say?
Well, yeah, I guess if you have all the history of all the police reports every time it got broken into and stuff, then yeah, and they would still have to prove that, you know, you were falsifying all that and selling it to bad guys on purpose. But I think that's a super rare thing. I mean, that's the thing. These guys that like sell guns on the street knowingly to criminals and stuff, I think they're kind of rare in the grand scheme of things compared to every gun ever sold. A fraction of a percent is knowingly to criminals. I mean, yeah, there are bad guys, but they make a business out of it and they make a business of not getting caught. So that's a little different than, you know, a regular transaction and transfer and stuff. Although I do want to meet one of them guys you see in the movies where like you're like, hey man, I'm looking for a gun. And then they just like show up with the van and they got all the choices and stuff. I want to meet one of them guys.
They got like the rocket launchers.
I can do that once I get my van running again.
Yeah, exactly. But I always think it's funny because of, you know, you'll see it in movies or whatever. They'll have all these different options, and then like it's always like the cliche stuff, you know, like someone will be like, oh, I like this one. They pick up, you know, the shiny one and be like, well, yeah, that one's a 45. It'll stop a man with one shot. And they're like, oh, I like this one. That's a revolver. They never fail ever. They're perfect. And then be like, oh, I like this one. That's an AK. It can shoot down helicopters. Like all this stupid, like dumb, hyperbolic shit. Those are the movie version, you know, gun dealers. Yeah, cliche. There you go. That's the word my brain was looking for.
Did any of you guys watch this video that Ohio posted in the external? It's pretty cool. It opens up and they're looking at some warehouse of guns and microfiche, and the first gun that the guy pulls out to show to the camera is in a cigarette pack. I thought you would like that.
I just want to know, why doesn't your AK shoot down helicopters? Is it broken?
You know, I've never tried, so probably because I'm not the type of person who wants to shoot down helicopters.
Yet.
Well, that's true.
Simpsons reference. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I want to get a Loudner for sure.
I've got two.
Okay, here's your silencer. Here's your Loudner. Here's your thing that allows you to shoot down police helicopters.
Whoa, careful there, Annie Oakley.
I don't have to be careful. I got a gun.
Well, you probably want the accessory kit, holster,
Oh, yeah.
bandolier,
Maybe.
silencer, Loudner, speed cocker.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
And this is for shooting down police helicopters.
Oh, I don't need anything like that. Yet. Just give me my gun.
Sorry, the law requires a 5-day waiting period. We've got to run a background check.
5 days, but I'm mad now. I'd kill you if I had my gun.
Yeah, well, you don't.
That just happened.
Yeah, I do like that because although like on the surface it almost sounds anti-gun, like they're completely pointing out how stupid that stuff is. Like you know that kind of like, but I'm mad now. I don't know.
I think that it probably does play into both sides. They figured out how to say it so that both of us are laughing because they're like, oh, that's exactly how it is, and that stopped them.
Right, and we're sitting there laughing because it's like no one's that stupid that it's going to actually stop them. I say my whole thing with that, I remember hearing someone saying like, the whole idea of the waiting period is supposed to be like a cool down period, and it's I guess I like pointing out when anti-gunners have some type of argument of like actually like give them the benefit of the doubt, say that that's actually the only reason why they want it is okay, yeah, it's a cool down period, but then when you investigate further, you find out they just do it because they like pissing off gun owners or whatever. Or like the background check thing. They just like it because of the registry. Because when you give them other options, they don't like that. And that's the thing is, if you already own a gun, then why should you need a waiting period? Because like, if you were going to do something bad with a gun, you would just use the one you had. You wouldn't go buy a new one. So you shouldn't have to wait for your second gun. It should only be a waiting period for your first gun.
What if you're trying to buy a deadlier gun? Maybe one with more stopping power.
Well, then maybe, I don't know, maybe if you have one in that category already, then you don't have to wait for another one.
So you want a registry. You want them to know what guns we've got so that they can be like, oh, he's already got one of these. He can just have the next one.
Well, no, I certainly don't. I'm just saying, when you talk to the anti-gunners about this kind of stuff, they don't have an answer to that.
Or we could just do away with waiting periods because only 4 states have them.
Well, that too.
Say,
Who's
don't be surprised if the anti-gunners have an answer for that. Because they got an answer for everything, just like we do.
Probably.
Well, when I've talked to people about it, I haven't. Like G-Web saying, what if they want a deadlier gun? I had never heard of that.
That's the first thing I think. So when I'm mad, I'm like, I'm going to get an even deadlier gun than all the other guns I have, and I'm going to take care of this right now.
Why'd you mute me? Because G-Webs was echoing.
I was trying to figure out who it was, that's all.
Well, it's never the one who's actually doing the talking. It's always someone else.
I didn't know it muted you for everybody.
Oh yeah, it does.
Well, that's ridiculous. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm not sure why G-Webs is still echoing, but I saw when you transferred back to your other one.
Because I'm on this account. Yeah, this browser is weird. It listens to the microphone different, I guess.
Awkward.
Yeah, when you transferred back to the other one, I don't know if you were trying to talk, but we couldn't hear you again, so something's messed up with that.
Band over there or something.
My apologies, Smeggy.
Hogwash.
Today doesn't work. I don't get
He's
an echo.
never too tired.
You have to wait for G-Webs not to be muted, and then you talk when no one else is talking, and you'll echo.
Me's a tink, and I bring hot sauce in my bag.
I ain't not got no hot sauce and getting tired, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Me's a thinking me not get tired. Hot sauce in my Jedi bag.
Misa need the hot sauce. Misa be president.
That should make a good sound
Me's
clip.
thinking recounting in Wisconsin. Misa needs
So
$7
wait,
million.
Jill Stein or Hillary Clinton?
I don't know. They're all the same to me.
That's
How
fair.
much would you pay for a beanbag chair?
$29.
$15.
Free on the
Depends what
side.
kind of beans there. I mean, Mexican jumping beans, and I could use it as a fucking vehicle.
$200.
$400.
I feel like we just started an
You've never seen
impromptu
those, like
auction.
stacks and stuff. Like there's some really nice ass beanbags out there.
Hang on.
They look like they're made out of
$1.
velour, and then they're pretty big, like a real person could sit in them, not just a little kid.
Misa Tinkin beanbag from 1980. I'd rather get water. It's like asking
No,
now,
yeah,
how much
no,
is
this
water?
is definitely more than what they would have had when we were kids, and like it looks like made out of some sort of material that's probably more rugged, but otherwise it's giant beanbag. One of them has an ottoman, but otherwise they're giant beanbag.
How much is water?
So one of them here, I'm in the Gigantor right now, $549. That's reduced from $849.
Where are you? Like the Whole Foods furniture shop or something?
No, I'll show you. Hold on.
It better be made out of like whale skin.
You ain't at
That
Bed
seems
Bath
like a
&
lot,
Beyond,
right? Like I'm not crazy.
That's a ridiculous lot.
Yeah, you ain't
They
at.
have them that go down to 150, but that's a little kid.
You need to find the IKEA, bro.
Like if I can buy an overpriced Glock for the same price, it needs to come down.
What if it's made out of suede?
Suede? No, it's not worth $500.
Micro suede, $329.
Micro suede. Okay, you've convinced me.
Well, that's got to be like a whole cow to wrap up all them beans.
This is big enough for two people, and it's $6.99.
Is this the one that you fart into and the beans turn into gold bullion? Something like
That would be pretty good.
that? It
Then it
turns
would
your
be worth
farts into.
Some of this has to be shipping to get you a giant beanbag. That's got to cost a lot of money, right?
No. If Amazon can send you a motorcycle, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you don't give a shit.
They can ship you a gun safe for a penny shipping.
Did you ever? I mean, they have guys at the Amazon fulfillment centers like killing themselves, like fucking, like fucking Suicide City in Japan, man.
Yeah, but they have a job.
That's true. That is true.
I'm pretty sure this one comes with the chick.
Sold.
This one comes with a fully loaded bong with ice cubes in the water. Hashtag. So white officer. Oh, I missed it. That's a good one. This cop who shot the guy in Ohio. He's already being attacked by Black Lives Matter advocates. He's being attacked, I believe, for not giving him a warning shot or shooting him in the leg. Why did he have to shoot him to kill him?
Haven't you started ignoring them yet?
No, it's totally my real reason of living at this point. Is to
Say
follow them.
it's scary to ignore them because like who knows what they're gonna do. You got to keep tabs on them. It's just they're crazy.
They canceled Benny Hill, so this is as good as that, pretty much.
So you have nothing left to watch?
Yeah, I mean, after they canceled Laugh-In, now I'm just stuck watching Black Lives Matter screaming about the cop. I knew that was coming because he had a knife. He only had a knife. Okay, here's the quote. Oh, yeah. He killed a stabbing suspect, and now he's being paraded around as a hero. Very interesting.
So D's, you're a big Spyderco fan?
Yeah, sure.
I got
had one.
something cool you might like to see. Give me a second.
I mean, I have a brand new Black Lives Matter Spyderco. It's pretty sweet.
You have the Black Lives Matter protest knife from Spyderco.
Mm-hmm. It says, "Dead pigs. When do you want them? Now." Something like that.
Well, it's the
Ham,
pig sticker, right? The Spyderco pig sticker.
Oh yeah, no, I love Spyderco. I had a friend of mine showed me his Spyderco Bob T for Bob Terzola, who they say is the godfather of the fighting folding.
I don't know if
knife.
you're going to be able to see it here, but
Go ahead.
this is a special edition Spyderco case with a piece of steel from the World Trade Center that they gave out to 9/11 families and people who were in New York or had to do with 9/11.
Wow, that is fucking awesome.
Yep, it was given to me when I visited the factory.
Wow, that is incredible. I'm from New York City, sort of. I moved there when I was like 11. But what was I gonna say? I had my first Spyderco like 1998, I think it was.
Yeah.
A friend of mine showed me he had a Bob T, the Bob Terzola like Spyderco, and so it was right around the late 90s.
But it's got a bug, a honeybee, a grasshopper, and then I think it's a pin. I've never opened it up. I don't plan on it, but yeah, I figured you'd like that. It's pretty cool.
Oh my God, yeah. It's all. You know what's interesting is what's sad is that they refuse now to sell to anyone in New York. That's what I read. Anyway.
Well, I understand why they're doing it.
Oh yeah, there's the knife law. They were like,
It's the
"Fuck
same
that."
reason Barrett doesn't sell, or a bunch of places.
Yep. Anyway, I remember I bought my Spyderco at a sporting goods shop there called Paragon, and years later, NYPD stormed into Paragon and took all the fucking knives out of the cases and confiscated them all because they considered them gravity knives. Because if you whipped your arm and wrist with enough force, some of those knives would like just swing out into place and lock. And you had to whip them like hard, man, but they didn't care.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That was the end.
Well, the funny thing with the New York laws is that, I mean, you could buy a knife that isn't considered a gravity knife, like it's nice and tight and you can't open it one-handed, and then years later, because it's all worn out, you can flip it open, and now all of a sudden it's an illegal knife.
Do we have to extend yesterday's replacing your springs on a maintenance schedule to knives? I think that would be just implied.
Yeah.
I was at work. I'm usually at work during the daily show, but I was trying to pipe in about my process. I uniquely ID each magazine I have, and then I tie it to a spreadsheet, and then just put them on a rotation to replace the springs.
I just buy the worst piece of shit guns ever and then just throw them out.
I like you.
When I'm done. When I'm done with the 50 rounds, I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I've got
do you have a Spyderco that you like to carry every day or what?
No, I carry a Benchmade actually.
Oh God.
What? What happened?
God. Excuse me, man.
What? I'm not a brand
No, I'm just
guy.
kidding. I'm just fucking joking.
No, I don't really have a Spyderco that I carry. I plan on picking some more up, but
What's your favorite? What's the one you like from Benchmade you carry?
Griptilian full size. I've got a mini Griptilian I carry at work because I'm not allowed to have a blade size over a certain length, and then I carry a full size Griptilian everywhere else.
Did you see they have G10 Griptilians now?
Nope, didn't see that.
Pretty cool.
I like knives. I carry knives, but I'm not as big of a knife guy as I am a gun guy. So.
No, me neither. I like the Griptilian. That's sort of like a Glock 19 or something, you know. It's like a standard. It's like, I think it might be their most popular knife. It's a pretty good one. I had one. I had the mini one. The mini one was my favorite. Anyway.
But yeah, the whole conversation on replacing springs interests me because I've got way north of 200 just AR-15 magazines. So having to swap out mag springs is a full-time job sometimes.
You keep them all loaded or something?
No, I use a lot for range mags classes. If I go to the range before I leave, like I say, I'm taking a 500 or 1,000 rounds to the range, I just load them all up. There's no reason to waste my time loading mags at the range.
Oh, I hear you. I don't have it nowhere near that. I think I got 2 ARs and like 40 mags or 50 mags, but a lot of them are loaded. But I always thought, or from what I read or heard from people, like most people will say it's the unloading and loading, like the range mags, are the ones that need help the most.
What's the nice thing? That's why I really encourage people to put unique IDs on them, because in the spreadsheet you can say, okay, well, what's the mag for? Is it a range mag? How many rounds approximately have you put through it? And then I kind of track if I have any major malfunctions with it. And then I can kind of sort out what I know are my good mags and my bad mags.
Yeah.
It also helps to have a lot of mags because I made a killing after Sandy Hook.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I mean, it was a shit ton. I think at some point I was like, maybe, let me check what I got. I have a spreadsheet for that too. But either way, like this time, I wasn't planning on selling any mags or anything like that. During Sandy Hook, I think I sold 10 I had a box of, I ordered 20 or something, PMags, and I sold 10 of them to some guy who was super desperate that I knew. So, whatever.
And you probably
it's
paid for those other 10, no problem, huh?
Exactly. Well, no, I didn't even like go crazy. I think I sold them for like $20 each instead of like what I paid, which was like 12.
Shoot, I just put them on a Facebook group and said, how much are you guys willing to give me? And just sold them to the highest bidder.
Mm-hmm.
It's not ripping someone off if I don't even ask a price. I just say, what are you planning on giving me?
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. You tell me I got notes in the trash. God damn you. God damn you. I can't find my my spreadsheet. Scary stuff.
It's payday tomorrow, thank God.
Oh, here we go. Found it. Oh, I got 80 mags. That's it. But
it's better than most people.
I only got 2 ARs, but I was gonna have like 4 if I thought she was gonna win, or she did win. I was gonna say is there some sort of standard number? Like I know like you change your recoil spring on your Glock at like 2,500, or is there some sort of number out there for AR mags, like, or no?
17 rounds. Not even one full mag, and it's already ruined. Throw it away.
I mean, I asked you about that shit when surplus AK mags from fucking Warsaw Pack, fucking wherever. And the standard answer was like, spring don't die.
What?
Ever. Yeah, like spring don't die. Not you, but other people would be like, don't worry about it. Like the spring's fine.
I don't really do anything like, I don't know, 5,000 or whatever. I just do them until I have enough failures tracked in my spreadsheet on that specific magazine.
No, I got you.
I mean, I've got magazines that have got thousands of rounds through them, and they still run fine. There's no reason to replace a spring.
So what spring do you use? Like Wolf? Do you get them from Wolf Springs, or you call Magpul, or?
Literally anywhere I can get them. I mean, I'm not picky. I used Wolf before. I've used other places. As long as I can get them wholesale and get them cheap, that's all I care about.
Okay, because I thought for most of these mags they're like silicone coated or whatever the fuck.
I mean, it's optional, yeah.
Okay. Does Wolf make that? No.
So I haven't shot my ARs enough to know, but I'm guessing that the Magpul, mag catch in the plastic there is going to wear out before the springs will. And so if you got to spend $10 on a replacement spring for a Magpul P30 magazine, then you might as well just buy a whole brand new one.
I just buy wholesale boxes of these. It comes with about 10 of these. And that's what I use. You got to go high volume, or else it's not worth it. You may as well just buy a new mag.
So what do those springs work out to being like per spring? What's the cost?
Honestly, it fluctuates so much. I just go to a buddy of mine who's a dealer, and he sells them to me. We pretty much trade labor. He gives them to me at cost. It just varies on how much demand is and how much they have extra. Because I think these are just overrun. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, unless you're buying them from Wolf Springs like that, he just says, "Oh, yep, here you go. This is how much they are," and I just buy them as long as they don't work out to more than a brand new mag cost. If it does, I just start buying brand new mags and then wait till the price of springs come back down. Hence why I have so many bloody mags.
What's your favorite mag? P-mags or the steel one?
I mean, I'm not picky. I love P-mags. Don't get me wrong. They run great. I'm not like, oh, it's got to be a metal mag. It's got to be a P-mag. I just care about the follower. I've found mostly the body composition's not a big deal. It's mostly the follower and how strong the spring is. Shoot, I've bought the Palmetto D&H mags. As long as they've got good stiff springs and Magpul followers, they run. I've had no issues with them. Yeah, for $6.99, it's hard to beat.
I paid $7 or whatever, but $7.99 at the time.
Shoot, exactly.
About the Brownell ones, right? Like,
oh, the Brownell ones are on great. The followers
those green
kind of jump, but
yeah, that's
I mean, you swap them out. I got a stack of Magpul followers over here.
That's what I should do, because I bought a few of those Brownells, and I don't know. It seemed like they're no tip or whatever, but you can fucking tip them like by loading them. Yeah, I don't know. I could see around nose diving and shit.
I mean, as long as you properly load it, you're not going to have an issue. The military uses them. I mean, sure, are they less reliable? Yeah, but it just depends on how much money you want to invest in them.
Mm-hmm. What was I going to say? Have you taken any classes from schools or instructors that we would know, like by name or no?
I have. It's been a few years since I've been doing a class, but I've taken a few classes in my area. My biggest thing is finding freaking AK springs.
Yeah, that I know Wolf makes, right? I mean, that's hard to find, right?
It just depends. I mean, like sometimes it's months until I can find them at a decent price.
What kind of springs?
AK,
like wholesale. I can find them individually, but they're expensive.
Wait, are you talking about magazines?
Yeah, like this. Like I was saying, AR-15 ones, I buy these boxes at a time, 10 of these strips. I think there's 30 per strip, 30 springs. But finding an AK wholesale one is a pain in the butt.
How much do you pay for those AR ones?
It just depends. Like I was telling him, on demand. They change month to month.
Well, okay. But what's a average? What's a range?
I think these ones I paid like $3 per.
And then how many are in there?
There's 30 in a like 8 strip or whatever you call it.
And then how many is all together in there?
I get 10 per box.
So like 300 of them are in there?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's more than people are going to buy. But they could buy 30 of them for sure for $90. It'd be good for a while.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. I'm just saying, like, when I got to, rotate out springs on a few hundred magazines, then, yeah, it's worth it.
You're doing that You're doing that monthly?
No, I kind of do it on my spreadsheet. I track each magazine. I have a unique ID that I correlate to a spreadsheet and then track how many failures I'm having with it. So if I kind of have a batch of them that I take to the range and then just keep using them, and if they start failing, I track the failures.
So you're not even concerned that Skynet's going to break in, hack your spreadsheet and then know which mag you're shooting and know the potentiality of it having a malfunction and then get you when you're...
I mean, I have enough class 3 items that they own me, and I work in the nuclear industry, so they double own me. So I'm not really super secret squirrel.
What do you think of Rand Paul's hair?
What was the question?
Rand Paul, his hair is really fucking disturbing. I'm looking at it right now. It's one of the weirdest things ever. If you've got Fox News, you can turn it on.
I like his politics, but I don't know what my opinion on his hair is.
It looks like it takes way too much time to do this, but he like parts it and then it's curly, like weird. It's straight and then it's like a Jerry curl.
Huh.
It's definitely, he's using Slip 2000, I'm pretty sure, on his hair. What I was going to say about the magazines.
I've been pretty happy with the Hex mags though. I've been testing those out. And those actually are pretty good. I bought about 30 of them, and I haven't had any problems with them.
What's the kind of failure that you're like, oh, okay, that's the magazine, and it's like, oh no, that's my recoil spring, or like, oh no, that's my fucking bolt extractor. Like, how do you know it's the mag automatically?
I mean, if I start having issues, recurring issues with the same magazine, and I swap out to a magazine with a better spring, I mean, I don't know if you can necessarily say yes, that's definitely the magazine, unless you have a spring failure, follower failure, or something that I can pull out the magazine and go, okay, yeah, that's definitely broken. But if I'm getting 5-6 jams in a magazine and I switch out to another magazine with the same ammo on the same gun and it's not happening, I'm just going to mark it and switch out the spring. And the next time I go to the range, I'll go, okay, well, magazine 48 had 6 failures every time I tried running it. Swapped out the spring and it now has 0. So I mean, I'm not the type of person that's going to be like, oh my goodness, my magazine springs. I'm not super anal about it. Yeah, I'm an IT nerd, so I have a spreadsheet. So sure, that makes me a nerd, but I'm not going to be freaking out about it. I've just got enough volume that it's worth it for me to buy springs wholesale. That's why I, build guns, and I don't necessarily buy the latest and greatest, highest super quality. Like, I'm not going to go out and buy just Noveske barrels because I do enough shooting quantity wise that I wear the barrels out, so it's not worth it.
Yeah, that's what that's from what I understand is that, what is it, 10,000 to 15,000, or on those Noveskes, you're paying almost like triple. And it doesn't make sense because you could just replace the barrel over and over. I paid extra for a Cola Hammer Forge barrel.
I mean, it makes sense if the gun's quality and it's more of a safe queen or a home defense gun or a gun you're not necessarily training on all the time. Sure, go for it. I got barrels that are worth a lot of money, but I mean, if it's a gun where I'm doing mostly forms training and I'm shooting under 100 yards, an $85 Anderson barrel, you can chew the living hell out of it and it still runs.
You ever seen that for Wappen Blog guy?
Yeah.
And he did a test on he was shooting steel cased Wolf and stuff, and he was burning through fucking barrels with that shit like super fast. So, but he was saying the money he was saving on ammo like easily made up for it because you just buy a new fucking barrel, and barrel's like what, fucking $80, $100. Pay a gunsmith $20-something or to swap it out for you if you can't do it yourself.
I mean, I'll shoot steel out of my barrels, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna run steel in a $500 match grade barrel or anything.
Oh no, I mean, dude, I'm not into it. I got a Daniel Defense lower because I sold my upper. I got BCM stuff, but God knows who makes their shit now. I was reading, it could be fucking Arrow or whatever. I was in this chat, listening to a chat. Someone was saying Arrow's making their stuff.
Nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with even Arrow, man. I mean, even Arrow barrels are fine. Anderson's fine. I mean, basically what I'm saying is I chew them up so much and make parts overheat so often that I'd be stupid to buy high quality everything.
Yeah. Well, the thing with the fucking Andersons, I've seen photos and videos and shit as really photos of their holes being fucked up, like when you buy their lowers, and like enough people had issues where they're like, come on man, like don't do it. Like if you can just afford a few bucks more, I guess that was an issue, quality control or something.
You're talking trigger pins or are you talking grip screw holes?
It was trigger pins.
I own probably a box of Andersons. I've never had any trigger hole issues. I know they cut their pistol grip holes. They don't thread them all the way. I know that's not a big deal. You just use a shorter screw. But I've yet personally to run into one with any trigger hole issues. Trigger pin holes. Excuse me. And shoot, with the amount of 80%ers I've done that, I mean, you're drilling it yourself and it still works.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I haven't done that.
Dude, I love 80% guns. They're great.
I've seen that Glock one. Polymer 80 or something like that.
Spectre, Polymer, whatever they are.
Mhm. Yeah. I was trying to get some Black Friday deals, but not, I was broke anyway, but I would go on ALG and Geisley and shit, and they were just sold the fuck out. All they had was like a purple ALG rail. Like that was purple. That was the only thing still available from the sale. I wanted to get a new rail and then free float my second
Let's
AR.
see if I can find some interesting stuff. Here's another one. You don't see it necessarily every day. I don't know how high quality the camera is, but I don't know if you can tell. But this was one I printed. Printed the
I was gonna
body.
say, it looks like a Daniel Defense mag.
No, it's 3D printed. There's the floor plate follower, anti-tilt follower. Based it off of a 10-round PMag, so I can take the spring out and throw the 10-round springs in it. And then I'm just gonna, once I get this one running 100%, just make the mag body down to 30. No reason to waste material on printing 30-round mags if they don't work. But she runs.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Dead Horse, why haven't you made any PMags?
Does Dead Horse 3D print?
Yeah.
That's cool.
He's done some AR stuff, like I think grips and maybe furniture or other stuff.
It's a lot of fun. I love 3D printing.
Moonfood 3D printed his ARs. They're all fake. He just made them. So he thinks he's got cool ARs, but they're just homemade budget stuff. All budget. I just sold my B5 Bravo company. Oh, it's not Bravo company. B5 System SOP mod stock or whatever the fuck it is. That thing was kind of loose on the buffer tube.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Not a big fan, right? And it was expensive as shit. Well, no, it was like $60, I think.
I've got PMag or Magpul on pretty much everything, and I've been happy.
Well, now I'm stuck. I got the Bravo company gunfighter BCM one. That's pretty. It's rock solid, but you need a fucking pin to. You need like an Allen wrench key to take it off. But I like it though. What kind of red dots you got on your ARs? You got red dots on your gun or what?
We had an out of battery blow up the other day at the range. I wish I got it on video. It's pretty sweet. We blew out a AR-9.
Oh shit.
Is that the 22?
No, it's just a 9mm AR that takes Colt mags. We blew one up. Guy had a H3 buffer in it. It was way too heavy, so it slam fired on a round, and it wasn't fully in battery yet, and it blew the whole follower out the bottom and everything. It was pretty sweet.
That's the AR-7. That's a 22, right?
I think a company makes an AR-7 that's a 22. Yeah. That's Armalite AR-7. Yep.
Oh, I get it. AR-9, 9mm. Yeah, I
Mhm.
get it. I don't know why anybody would want to shoot 9 out of a carbine. But
Dude, it's fun. That's the reason I've got it.
Quick shots, quick follow-up shots. Shoot
There's
fast
like
as hell.
there's no recoil. It's super quiet, suppressed. If you're shooting 158 grainers, 147s will usually work, but I normally shoot 158s to have consistently subsonic, and it's super short. Take a 7-inch barrel, or I've got a 3-inch barrel, and throw an 8-inch can on it. You're looking at about 11 inches suppressed.
I'm thinking about getting into a 10mm carbine.
That's
I
expensive.
don't think there's a lot of options out there for that. It's pretty limited picking.
Chris Vector just came out with a 10mm version.
Are there no 10mm AR uppers?
I don't see any. I don't know, because I guess most of them are based on like Glock mags. You know, like you need an Extendo Mago Xeno. Otherwise, whatever. So you don't want to be using 10.
I know
10 millimeter
Olympic
1911.
Arms. I know Olympic Arms made one. I don't know if they still make it, but it used a proprietary magazine. I'm just not a big fan of going proprietary when it comes to mags and stuff. I stick with Colt and Glock.
Well, we got to get Glock to make an Extendo Glock 20 magazine.
I guess Chris does. Chris Vector makes the extended Glock
I think
45.
that 45, yeah, that base plate will work on a 10mm mag, full size Glock 10mm mag.
Go blammo. Blammo.
But yeah, I mean, even my 16-inch AR9 is just fun, man. There's not much better fun than throwing 6 32 round Colt stick mags in the gun and just having fun blasting targets.
What kind of red dots do you got? I don't know if I asked you like 10 times, but I don't think you heard me.
Me?
Yeah. What kind of
Oh,
red? What?
sorry. I got EOTechs, aim points, Meprolites.
You ever had any problems with aim points? You ever had to send an aim point back to the factory?
Nope.
Cool. Just curious.
I haven't had a problem with my Meprolites, my EOTechs either. I got the EOTechs. They don't have battery issues like some people claim. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just don't run them in extreme temperatures enough.
Mm-hmm. You ever tried the new Holosuns?
Yeah, I have a coworker who has one. I haven't personally picked one up yet, but they seem pretty rock solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just sold mine. I sold my Holosun.
You didn't like it?
No, I liked it a lot, and I sold it to help fund. I bought an H1. It was a new in box, never used H1, and I sold my Holosun to get it. And
I mean, aim point H1s are pretty nice optics.
Yeah, I had to send mine back, man. I don't know. I guess in my mind, I thought it was comparing the Holosun and the H1 like side by side. I was kind of let down, I guess, but whatever. But
I mean, to me, it personally just depends on what the gun's for, right? Like I've got like suppressed Ruger 2245s, excuse me, and I put Burris Fastfire 3 on it. I mean, I don't care. I don't need a freaking RMR on a 22 pistol, right?
I like the fast fire.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. But some people would be like, oh, you need to buy a $600 RMR if you're putting a red dot on a handgun. I'm like, maybe on a carry Glock, but not on a freaking 2245.
RMRs were $480 on Black Friday sale. It was pretty fucking sweet. But yeah, the Black Friday shit. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, my Aimpoint H1 when I turned it on to like 7 or 8, it just like a crazy bright red ring around the glass, the rear glass, you know. And I sent it back in after speaking to that guy John, who seems to be like customer service tech for everybody. And he said, I sent it back to Sweden. He's like, I think they'll give you a new one. I just don't know. But like either way, it's going to take like 3 weeks. That sucks.
Most of my guns have irons on them. I don't have a ton of optics. I'm used to shooting irons since I was a kid, but I've got a few optics.
I was going to tell that guy at Aimpoint, I have a hollow sun, and I am very disappointed that your shit is going back to the factory. Hollow sun's better than Aimpoint in every way.
I put that Leatherwood CMR through its paces, and so far it's held pretty solid. For a sub $400 scope, it's holding up pretty good.
Let's see here.
Yeah, DB, have you ever used any just straight optics, like a 1:4 zoom?
No, that's something I've never even thought of until like a month ago. I'm so impressionable with the Instagram and YouTubes. But
I've got a 1:4 AK model on a C39 V2 that I've been just putting rounds through like it's going out of style, and it's fine. I put a Midwest Industries mount on it. It's funny, I actually stripped the Midwest Industry mount screws because I tightened them down to 25 inch pounds when they're only supposed to go up to like 15 or 20. Stupid me didn't read the website, but replaced that, and so far it's been running great.
Not a real big rifle guy, and when I honestly, it's too far away for me to go outdoor shooting. So if I had access to or lived to like close to a 100-yard range or 250-yard range or something, I would probably try that Strike Eagle or whatever the fuck, and if I liked it, I'd sell it and probably get something else. But I kind of like that Trijicon AccuPoint I was playing with at the gun shop, and the AccuPower. They look cool and a good name, and Trijicon's got good customer service and stuff. What else? The Vortex Razor HD.
That's the benefit of being 15 feet from my gun range.
Oh yeah. I mean, I usually go to the indoor range, and it sucks. So I'm just going there. I'm not doing fucking up drills or doing anything other than like just fucking shooting. Like just to make sure my gun still works. You know what I mean? And I check my zero or whatever.
Take a road trip and get out into the country, get yourself some glass. You can start at 100 yards and work your way out.
Mm-hmm.
I bought a house in the country that faces a mountain for a reason. Well, the back of the house faces a mountain. And then I have suppressors too. I mean, I've multiple times shot at like 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep, and it doesn't wake my neighbors up.
Do you have some night vision, or are you just shooting out into the dark?
That's what a Surefire's for. I got a couple Surefires. I even bought one of those primary arms lights, and it hasn't died yet, but I'm guessing it probably will one day. And you just light up the target and go.
Well, that must be interesting to be able to just go out in the middle of the night. Can't sleep, pop off a few rounds.
Well, I mean, you're kind of restricted to a couple calibers because my neighbors they're not super close, but they're close enough that I'm not going to shoot supersonic even with a can. Not to mention the person I care the most about, my wife, would probably kill me.
Yeah, I guess you got to get out pretty far before shooting or hunting at night is acceptable. And there are counties in this country that allow it, hunting at night in particular. which it's a big benefit. I think if you're going for predators like coyote or other, deer pretty much go, do their thing in the dark or at dusk and dawn.
Right. I've shot stuff with that off my backyard after midnight. That's definitely quiet enough.
Yeah, I feel like there's a pretty big disconnect between city dwellers and country folk, and I don't know how far we want to go into this topic, but yeah, I think it's important for city dwellers to get out once in a while and just get out as far as they can and take a walk or just hang out with some trees and whatever. But for country folk, like I don't necessarily recommend they go into the city unless they want to find some culture or some cuisine or something. But I think it's definitely more beneficial for a city person to get out to the country.
You can do that in Pennsylvania. You just got to go to a state park because everything else is private lands. You can't just go hiking. You'll be trespassing.
Yeah, my closest outdoor range that's like public, I don't have to spend like $500 a year to join, is about 45. That's really about an hour. And I go there like once a year or whatever, but definitely not enough. Definitely not enough.
Yeah, it depends on what I'm shooting. I go to a police range to shoot. That's what that video is from. And if it's something that's really gonna rustle the jimmies of my neighbors, I'll bring it. I'll go to there. Like that. I probably won't be shooting that at 3 a.m.
They're all marked private.
Is it not play?
I don't know. Let me see.
It should be unlisted. I don't think it'll be necessarily won't play.
Since this video is private, sorry about that. No, it won't play.
Oh, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
That's lame.
I'll be right back.
All right, try it now. Apparently, I accidentally hit private instead of unlisted. My bad.
So somebody was filming that with a camera phone held vertically.
Cops, what are you going to do? You can't teach them much.
Yeah, it's a nice looking range. Was that the 9mm you were talking about?
Which one? The 3-round burst?
Yeah, that bursty stuff.
No, that's a registered 3-round burst lower. 5.56.
Was there a can on that or something, or is it just quiet?
No, I think it was just the angle it was recorded at.
I must have had the volume turned down or something. Was that a short barrel rifle?
I think it's a 14.5. Yeah.
Right, because when you have registered lower, then it doesn't matter what the barrel length is, right?
On a machine gun, yeah. This one's got a can on it. Doesn't make much of a difference with 5.56 ammo, but it makes a little bit of a difference. You're a little politer at the range. We ran that gun dry. That's why it was malfunctioning. We didn't have any extra lube, which was really dumb that we left it at home.
You guys didn't have a car there?
We did. We just didn't feel like taking the 2015 manufacturer machine gun and putting oil in it.
Just like smear some on your finger. Smear it on the bolt.
I mean, we could have like gotten some like burger joint to go. That might have worked.
Yeah.
Seems like that M4 has a really high cyclic rate.
Yes, it does. It is quite fun. Has to do with it being a piston upper, I think, at least from what I can tell. Piston upper plus a can, you're gonna get a lot of, it's gonna push.
It's pretty sweet.
But yeah, throw a 9mm conversion kit in that lower and a 9mm upper, man, it is a blast.
You still have to have the same size buffer tube for a 9mm AR.
Yeah, I mean, it uses a slightly heavier buffer because the blowback's a little rougher on your lower, but you can get away with using a carbine buffer. It's not a huge deal. It's just long term. You want to make sure you put a 9 buffer in it.
Okay.
And don't put an H3 or else you might have what we had.
I fired out a battery.
Yeah. We had to take pliers. It didn't actually do any damage to anything but the magazine, which was pretty nice. It didn't actually damage the gun.
Yeah, I didn't realize you had posted 2 videos. The first post you made here in the side chat. And so, yeah, that's the 300 blackout suppressed semi-auto, and then the 3-round bursts. I went back and listened to it, and you can hear it reverberating off the hillside. It is quite louder than the suppressed video you linked just recently here.
Yeah, it's that 300 blackout's quiet enough that if you run the can wet, you can pretty much shoot any time of the night with 220 grains and heavier, and it's not going to wake anybody up. That Osprey 45 can does a really good job with subsonic 300 blackout. And needless to say, 22 long rifle, you can pretty much shoot right next to someone sleeping. My pellet gun's got to be at least twice as loud as a subsonic 22 long rifle that's suppressed.
They're talking about Petraeus for Secretary of State in the external. I think I heard that about that this morning. I guess he talked with Mitt Romney twice already.
I don't like either one of them.
It seems like Petraeus would be a better candidate because he's got that international experience. What about Ollie North? Is he still out and about? I'm not sure what he's done recently, but he's only 73. He would be some kind of controversial figure if Trump were to interview him for a cabinet position.
Smeggy, was you the one that said that you didn't like buying rifles? Or was that somebody else? Never mind. Thinking about SBRing a Draco.
I'm thinking about SBRing an AMD 65.
Oh yeah, chopping that flash hider off of it.
Something like that.
What's the proper stock for a Draco?
I don't know. I was gonna probably put a metal side folder on it. I was either gonna SBR that or a PAP. I got both of those laying around doing not much anything. I picked up an ALG AKT enhanced trigger for it, which I love the AKT series, and I figure I may as well do something with it.
What about the PAP? Would you put an underfolder on it or just do it the easy way?
I just don't know how much I like the quality of the PAP. I don't know. I figure if I'm going to do it, I might. I mean, obviously the Romanians aren't the best things in the world, but it runs, and I'm just not that big of a fan of the quality. I've been looking for a reason to hate my C39 V2 because it's a Sentry rifle, but so far I have yet to find a reason to hate it. Everybody keeps saying that I'm gonna hate it, but so far it's ran flawless.
I really never hear bad things about them. Just the RAS 47s.
Yeah, I've heard bad stuff about the RASs, but this V2, man, it runs great. Put a AKT on it, replaced the flash hider, and threw this Leatherwood 1-4 on it, and it's been friggin' a workhorse.
I think IO is still the one to avoid. AK Operators Union just posted someone's IO that they got 5 shots through, and the gas block split in half.
I tend not to listen to the internet experts because I find I have a lot more fun when I ignore them. Like, people told me I was going to hate my Keltec KSG, and that thing is just fun to shoot. Put those freaking Agula mini shells in it, and you got 25 shots of 12 gauge.
Out of all those new shotguns, that's probably, I don't know. They're not all that great, like the Urtus and they had one with a weird cylinder.
The
that changed
DP12.
The DP12 was just weird, right? Because you gotta shoot twice, then pump it, and shoot twice, then pump it, or something.
Yeah, I didn't like the one with the rotating cylinder. That looked dumb.
Yeah. I think the Keltec is the best at all of it. And they have a mini one. They have a mini KSG.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Keltec the most. What's sad is it's actually shorter overall length than my actual registered sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah, I saw another one of those firearm shotguns that are like, it's just the weird stubby grip and the 14-inch barrel. That's legal because it's just qualifies as a firearm. Or whatever.
Yeah, it's over 26 inches overall.
Yeah. Seems like it'd be fun to shoot like birdshot out of something that won't fuck you up.
I've got a 12-inch 870 that is probably one of my favorite shotguns I ever shot. That thing it's just fun to shoot anything with.
I think Yankee bought one of those, but there's a few different companies making them now. I think he bought like a Blackwater one, or maybe not. I'm thinking of a Mossberg or something. But yeah, and there's a few different companies because one of them's an 870 and the other one's a Mossberg.
Listening to you eat, Moon, is making me hungry. I'm gonna have to go get some dinner.
Sorry, I meant to mute.
That's fine. I think I'm gonna have to jump out and go scrounge for some fresh meat. My fridge is empty. And,
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'll catch you guys later.
Later.
Yeah. Jay, good talking with you.
Yep. Talk to you guys soon, hopefully.
All right. Take care. Gotta go get some pizza or something. I don't feel like shopping. Maybe I'll go shopping. All right. Hey, Smegs, thanks for running this early lobby. And it was good talking with you too, Moon.
All right. I'll catch you later.
I'm back. This is the ghost chat. Ghost chat. People must be eating dinner.
Oh, snap. Everybody's watching Andalusia Armory. They're talking about eating gaming meat.
That's a show on YouTube?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that
it's
like the vintage guys?
Yeah.
Surplus
They're,
food?
no, they're a gun shop. It's, what's his name?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Sean Carter.
Oh, shit. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Yeah.
I think we had a fight over Sherpa holsters or something like that. He said, listen, Cooper, you're so full of shit, you fucking piece of shit. Shut the fuck up.
Who was that he was talking about?
Sean Carter. It's so hot. So hot in my house.
Well, it's hot in your house, man. Turn down the fire.
It was just cooking. That's what made it hot.
Yeah. What the fuck? I didn't know they had a show though.
Yeah, they just started up a little bit ago. Oh, maybe it was earlier this year, but at some point.
Yeah, I don't see him around anymore. He used to be on Never Enough Ammo's things too.
He got too cool for us, man.
No, I think he just had it. He was like, fuck you, Flippy.
Flippy's a homo.
Well,
he's like, that's it, Flippy. That's all. I'm never coming back here. Ever. I was listening to PBR and Flippy last night, and they're like the new odd couple. It's so funny. They're fucking funny, man. That's pretty funny.
It's interesting to see people warm up to Flippy. Like at first they're like such assholes to him. So like, shut the fuck up, Flippy.
Oh no! Last night, dude, PBR was like, "I have to go. I'm having a Flippy hangover, or I'm having like a Flippy headache or something." That's pretty funny.
Okay, so he's not fully warmed up.
No, they were talking to each other until Flippy was like, "All revolvers suck and they're pieces of shit," and then it was like on from there for about 45 minutes. I couldn't jump in to laugh, but what else? Listen here, you fucking asshole. Jesus Christ.
I think I'm gonna build one more AR. No, I'll be done.
You doing one more AR?
Yeah, not until next year.
Your grand total will be 5 at that point?
Yeah. Well, if you count the AR.
That's not nearly enough ARs.
Never enough ARs.
I want to build one of those mega arms fuckers with the no forward assist.
I think them shits become like, aren't they built out of flint or something? It's horrible.
I don't know.
The magnesium, that's not the magnesium ones, right?
No, I don't think
so.
I do
one
have
of them was like flammable.
I have the BCM magnesium and aluminum rail.
Mm-hmm.
I think I got the last one because I don't think they make them anymore. But that shit's like 3.4 ounces, 9-inch bow. But a lot of people complain about them because the magnesium is weak.
I was like talking to some guy at a gun shop, and he was like, "You got to get these mag AR lowers made out of magnesium nitride or some shit." I'm like, "What the fuck?" I went home. He was blowing them out. Read about them, and they're like, "These things are." It's like, God, it's like having a fucking AR lower made of flint. Like it's it'll like blow up on you or something.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that before I buy a Mega Arms upper and lower set.
No fucking thank you. I like my ARs like I like my women. Black, heavy, and stripped. Cheap.
That was pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I made that up. I'm on the fly, dude. Oh, a friend of mine who works in the porn industry just emailed me a script for tomorrow's porn shoot. I can read that for you guys if you would like. Or not.
You have friends in the porn industry?
Yeah, unfortunately. He fell down a long, slippery slide of despair and brokenness, and his friend had a porn company. So he moved down and works with his friend who owns this porn company. And he's like a camera guy. Pretty sad. It's not sad. I mean, he thought it was going to be fun. But if he was making
So that's not bad. That's a lot better than like getting banged in the ass or something.
Yeah, he's not in that porn industry. In that position. No, he sends me stupid shit like this. He just sent me the script for tomorrow's shoot that they're going to do because it's, pretty funny stuff. I'm not going to read it all, and I don't know why it's fucking not even that big of a script, but I'm going to reply like, "Gee, thanks for sending that." Thank you.
And say, okay, I'll get practicing on my lines.
Thanks. Yeah.
You should forward it to Martin Scorsese.
Yeah, I should forward it to like Francis Ford Coppola. Mm-hmm.
Marty
Well,
Scorsese.
let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Yep. Shit is real, man. I might as well just start fucking with this Streamlight now that I'm home. See what the fuck's up with that piece of crap.
You still haven't figured that out?
No, I haven't had time to swap the caps and shit. Get that tape switch going. First, I gotta look on Instagram. So much hot shit is on there.
That's where I get all my mega arms ideas.
Such is back.
Future gun.
Such is back.
Such was gone?
From the Such.
Well, he took a break from Instagram for a couple of days.
You can't hack it.
Yep. Nothing's on Instagram. I knew it.
And so I haven't posted on Instagram in a while. Just haven't done anything exciting, really.
Mm.
Nothing to take pictures of.
Yeah, I just steal other people's shit when I'm bored. Oh, True Exodus is back. Practicing murder. Yo, he's back, dude. Shot timer assassin.
Dude, it's like a fucking does that move where he's doing the fucking the lawn sprinkler dance.
Yeah, the river dance. There's a river dancing his ass out of there. He's like, hey, look, I don't want any problems, guy. Psych. Wow.
Throat chop. 5 shots to the chest, 1 to the face.
But he did. The guy's not moving. Of course not.
No, it just
The guy's just standing there. Bad guy. Please don't give me any problems. Bam, 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 bam. Gotcha.
Gotcha, bitch.
0.95. So he's gonna sub 1 second, draw from appendix with 4 or 5 rounds to the chest in under a second. It says 0.95. He's very impressed with himself. I wonder in his mind when he's doing this shit, like, what's the guy doing? Like, is that guy asking him for $1, or is that guy like got a gun pointed at his face?
just a little short white guy saying, "Give me your money. Give me your wallet."
I mean, his draw is fast, but I mean, if the dude had the gun pointed at his head, 0.95 of a second. Yeah, he might.
It's a cowboy.
It's definitely hard to outdraw a gun that's already drawn on you.
Yeah.
He almost shot his dick off. If you look closely.
He had a fucking ND at a fucking Walmart bathroom, dude. He got exposed by like a cop who knew him, like from Instagram or something. His gun went off in the Walmart bathroom.
If I practice in his draw in Walmart bathroom in front of him.
No. He was like, "Hey, toilet, I don't want any problems. It's obviously you're dirty and I can't sit on you." Okay, bam, 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 bam.
I had 7 negligent discharges, officer.
7 discharges. Yo, his whole Instagram is evidence. Like, come on, man. Like, look at this guy.
People are starting to repost him on Facebook. I noticed. Like varying gun groups.
Oh my God, Mr. Guns and Gear. Wow, he might have won. He stole this from somebody, but okay, that's the greatest thing I've seen all day. Meanwhile, today at Ohio State University, and it's the scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark where the dude's fucking got the gigantic sword, and Indiana Jones just fucking shoots him. He walks away.
Oh, where where
he's twirling
going
the fucking
like,
Arabian sword.
"Yeah!" Wasn't the dude like yelling and stuff like?
Yep.
Yeah. And he's like, "Oh, okay." Bloop.
That is crazy. Damn. Dude's getting busy one-handed. Fuck a two-handed draw. Oh, he's got his hand on a bag. Doing a reload from cover behind a car?
Supposedly he's off-duty police officer.
Oh, this guy's like no joke. Yeah. Jesus. That's not America, though. You could tell by the cars.
Yeah, they're all like stubby European.
Fiats and shit, little tiny little cars. Yep.
Unless it's like Portland.
Indiana Jones, man. He knew what to do. He knew what to do.
The way they all spill out of the car when he's firing inside of it. Driver. He must
That one-handed let him have it move he did. Oh, yeah. Listen to the early morning show today. I was like in and out of sleep. It's pretty interesting. Good to have something on.
Yeah, that's nice. I listen to it when I'm at work sometimes.
I like Hawaii Volcano Squad. He comes in that chat a lot. That's pretty. It makes things interesting. I kept waking up to him saying, I kept waking up.
The fucking economy's about to collapse.
No, worse than that. Every time I woke up, he was saying something like, "Oh, why don't all you got to do is go to Hawaii on YouTube. It's like something like Scenic Hawaii, and watch videos of Hawaii on Scenic Hawaii on YouTube, and you'll understand why I'm staying." Because everyone kept telling him to leave. Like they were telling him to move for 4 hours or something. Because every time I woke up, he was telling a new person, "Go to Scenic Hawaii and look at the videos," and then that's why I'm staying.
Oh, I'm sure it's like a nice, nice island and stuff to live. It's just the political part of it sucks. I mean, it's like California. California is like a lot of the states, a pretty awesome state. Good for outdoorsy stuff.
Oh
it's just the politics sucks.
Awesome. California is awesome. He was saying all morning about they have one party now. Like there's not one Republican in their state Senate, like their state legislature, there's like not one Republican at all. And he's like, there's just one party. So, sounds great.
Yeah. Just move.
I guess I don't get how does, like, I never thought of Hawaii as being like super liberal. I guess I never really knew a lot about it. I just knew about, like, you know, vacation-y stuff. Like, it's very touristy.
I think like the
But has it always been like super liberal, or what's, you know?
the native people of Hawaii are like super anti-gun.
Yeah, you would be too. You were
The white man brought them.
too much coconut juice. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. The Native Hawaiians are sort of like, it's not even that. If you're super liberal nowadays, you're into all the political correct bullshit. You're into super high, no taxes high enough. Pay your fair share, even if it's 100%, 90%, and usually like super high property taxes. And this is just generalization, but usually super high property taxes followed by super duper high pensions, early pensions for like state employees and teachers and shit. Like teachers usually make in states that are like that, like 3 or 4 times what they make in my state. And then like all the pension people, like if you work for like the state at all, you're getting damn near full fucking salary pension at the age of 59 or 60. And they just can't afford it. You know what I mean? So then those people who are tied into the system like that at all, of course they're going to vote liberal, because Republicans are going to come in there and start trying to fucking union bust and cut the pensions and, all that stuff. So, but that's part of it. And then the reason your property taxes are so fucking goddamn high is usually the workers, the state workers and the teachers unions and all the officials and the police and everybody. You're paying their salary with your high ass property taxes and your state income tax. So anyway, there's that. And then there's the anti-gun shit. So no, the anti-gun shit is it's the worst in my opinion, but for people who aren't into guns, that's not the worst part about a liberal run government. It's usually the fucking property taxes, and your state income tax, like just crazy stuff. And then the guns, or the political bullshit, the PC stuff, and I don't know. I was going to say Common Core, but the whole country's into that Common Core shit.
I guess it just kind of surprises me still of Hawaii being like that, because you would think the types of people that like could afford to live there are like, they have, I guess maybe that'd be their vacation homes or something, so they don't vote there. I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, normally rich people tend not to be Democrats because of just what you said, property taxes and stuff. Well, if you got a freaking like nice ass house on the island, you're probably paying a lot in property taxes. So you'd think you'd want to vote for people that are going to cut that. But maybe
then
those are people's second houses, so that they don't vote there or whatever.
That's true. But if you're like well, also most of those places, the cost of living kind of has to match the income there too. But like, dude, I watched enough. I'm an expert on Hawaiian culture because I watched Dog the Bounty Hunter, and there's tons of poverty there. There's tons of ghettos. There's tons of fucking crime and nasty neighborhoods on the islands, and those people aren't paying no fucking property taxes. You know what I mean? Like the ghetto parts. I'm sure there's a lot of government corruption, and that goes both ways, Republican, Democrat, whatever. But then, those are the people who own, I bet you, business owners buttering up to the government in power. I guess it kind of just, it's like a circle, like it never stops. Like, you're a rich business owner, you're doing business with politicians. All those politicians are Democrats. So you got to butter up to them, donate money to them, deal with the fucking taxes. I mean, plus school teachers, And so, I mean, not really school teachers, but like, I'm trying to think, like, for example, like I had a friend's father just passed away. He worked for the state, and he was a music instructor for like mentally handicapped kids, and he would like teach them how to play guitar and stuff. And I, you know, for, in a state like Tennessee, that would be, you know, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 grand a year, you know, I don't know. But like we're in New York, that guy was making like 70 something thousand a year from the state, and then had a fucking crazy pension when he retired, you know, from working for the state. And I guess that's part of it. I mean, it's that. So,
well, the teacher union stuff. I mean, unions in general, their pension normally comes like from the union. So the union people pay into it, and you know, the company or the state or whatever will kind of match it. Like they have to put in a certain amount as well. But that is part of the reason that they can pay out that pension, is because the other union members are paying. Like that's when you pay your union dues, that's part of it. You know, they take like pension shit out of your check every week, and that's basically helping to pay for the people that have already retired.
Right. So it's not even like I'm not sure like my friend's dad was even in a union like that. That was just all state pension, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, and that could be, and it's okay. But
well, how about this? I'll tell you, in New York, this is a crazy thing. I know a couple of school teachers where I live, right? And I know what they make, and they're making usually around 40,000, 45,000, and there's no like big teachers union down here. Anyway, in New York, I know a couple of teachers that quit their job on Wall Street, retired, like basically retired in their 40s, mid to late 40s, went back to school, got masters in educations, so they're educated, but they went up to upstate New York, and they're each making about $125 a year, and they're elementary school teachers in a podunk ass town in upstate New York. So, and they get all, you know, that's super benefits, all summer off. So why are they making 130 in like Ellenville, New York, like, which is a real fucking small ass town? And then like you go to a place like Tennessee or Georgia or something, and these school teachers are like fucked. You know,
yeah, I would
that's
say
gotta be the
very mass majority of school teachers are closer to, you know, that first number you said, not the
40,
not the hundreds, man. I think that's probably pretty normal, like 40 or so for the year.
It's the same shit with cops. I remember like cops in New York, right? In New York City, back when when I was there, they were starting at like 32 or something like that a year, 29. You know, it was low to be out there risking your life like that. And then, but then there were parts of Long Island, like certain counties and townships out there, where the cops were making like 70 to start, 60 something to start, and you know, like it was a lot more, man. And they were like, they're not really putting their lives on the line like NYPD guys. Like they're in the middle of the suburbs, man.
Right, they're basically just going around giving out parking tickets and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
like,
speeding tickets.
Yep. So I don't know. I guess jobs vary from the county, but that to me, it's got to be related to the tax, because that's who's paying their salaries, the county, the property taxes in the county.
Right. Or one feeds the other. Maybe they got paid that much first, and then therefore the taxes had to go up in order to afford that.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. This is maybe because there's so many less of them, like in the middle of like Suffolk County, like whatever Port Jefferson, let's say, police officers, like they might be making more because there's really not a lot of them. Like major cities have to hire so many of them, they can't afford to pay them all like a small town could. But
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I mean, Hawaii thing, I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
It just surprises me because I would think that that was something I was going to bring up was the whole like if people do have vacation homes and they don't get to vote there, and that's something that we've experienced with the property up north. It was a county level thing, and basically what they did is they put it to a vote. Do you want to raise taxes on like non-resident or whatever? Like if that's your primary house, your taxes don't go up. If you have a second house, your taxes go up. And the thing is, every single person who has a second house up there can't vote in that because they're voting, at home. Like you don't get to vote just because you have property somewhere. So it's like, hey, do you want to raise taxes for people who can't vote to say no, and you don't have to? And it passed by like a gazillion percent, because why the fuck wouldn't you be like, their whole thing, their whole campaign was basically like, well, they have enough money to have a vacation home, these fucking wealthy people from Detroit and stuff, like, flatlanders is what they call them. Like, they're coming up here spending all their money. They got enough money for vacation homes so they can afford to pay higher taxes. And it's like, dude, our property was passed down like, through the family and shit. Yeah, we don't live up there, but it's not like we're fucking made of money. But yeah, the taxes up there went way up, and the residents, it didn't go up. So it's like, what the hell? How come we didn't get to vote?
And this is like maybe political history that I don't, I'm making this up. It's not like I fucking know what I'm talking about. But let's say Hawaii wasn't always a state, right? And let's say the group that got them their stateship or whatever was a bunch of Democrats. And they were like, hey, here's the deal. Like, you're a state now. We're gonna let that happen. But don't ever forget who did this for you. You know what I mean? And like maybe something like that. You know what I mean? Because who knows how the fuck this shit starts. You know what I mean? Like why a state's like that. Maybe at some point, just something was done for them, like, as a favor by one party or something like that.
The white man came and brought war.
Yeah. The white man brought mayonnaise. Dude, they didn't have fucking mayonnaise. And Spam. Who the fuck thought Spam was a thing?
Yeah, Spam. Who would have thought it was a Hawaiian thing?
It's gross.
Grody.
Like, they might have been like, we want to be a state. We want to be a state. And all the Republicans were like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Like, fuck you. And like a bunch of Democrats were like, let them get stateship. I don't know.
There's probably some like history written somewhere about it.
Mm-hmm. Why the fuck is it 1959, August 21st? Let's see. The Hawaii Admission Act. Oh, look, right here it says Democrats were the only people wanting these people around, period.
Oh, snap.
It was enacted into Congress and signed by law by Eisenhower, blah, 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 blah. Statehood vote, blah, blah, blah. Oh, so wait, they actually had to vote for it. Highest turnout ever in Hawaii. Anyway, fuck it, dude. Upon election, lawmakers questioned the American patriotism of Hawaiian residents. I'm sure those people were Republicans. Upon the election of John A. Burns from the Hawaii Democrat Party as a delegate to so, yeah, whatever.
I'm sure there you go. You cracked it.
I'm sure. I'm not even really sure. Oh, here we go. Burns was involved in vigorous lobbying and persuading that race-based objections were unfair, and charges that the Communist Party sympathizers controlled Hawaii were just lies. Wah, wah. No, obviously it wasn't lies, you commies.
Turns out.
Burns worked especially hard with Southern Democrats led by Lyndon Baines Johnson. So actually, the Democrats were blocking this shit at the time. Okay. So Yeah, Lyndon Johnson was not. He didn't want to give them statehood, and he was a Democrat. No, fucking. Who knows? But I'm sure that's where it is. Like whenever they started, that's what they were, and it hasn't fucking changed. Eventually, places like that will get so fucked up. Maybe another party could come and be like, "Hey, this isn't working." Like Donald Trump, and go, "What do you got to lose? You're living in hell."
I think I don't know if Illinois was an anomaly or if that could be repeated elsewhere. Jersey.
Illinois, or they went Republican.
Republican governor, I know that.
Illinois has a Republican governor now.
No, I'm just saying they got their concealed carry.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But they also
No
get
idea.
universal background checks at the same time. They were like the first state to go down. 2013.
Yeah, and then Wisconsin, right?
No, who was after that? Universal background checks. Washington.
Yeah, wherever Yankees from. Because remember, he was. Yeah, I think he was the first. Out of all the people in these chats back then, I think he was the only one. Because then was Oregon, right? They got it too, right?
Yeah.
So it was Washington, then Oregon.
I think I'm getting a state.
They just tried to get fucking Arizona, man.
Yeah.
Hogwash. Well, crazy shit, man.
I was gonna trade Flippy. I was gonna give him the P30L holster, the Comtech.
Mm-hmm.
And then Robbie swooped in and offered me a Glock 17 slide that was stainless,
What?
made by Caspian or something.
Really?
Yeah, it's like blank.
For your 34?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're gonna have like two guns in one, huh?
Yeah.
Oh man, I just saw somebody on primary and secondary's Facebook group. He had his gun milled at ATI for like a RMR, so he spent like a grip on that, probably like $400 or $500, $400. He bought the RMR that's like custom fit to the slide and all that shit, and then he put a few thousand rounds through it. It's working great, and then he dropped it on the floor and it fucking cracked the slide right on the rail. And he's like taking pictures of it, like, what should I do? And it's like, slap yourself, dude. That's what you should do, because like no one can fix that. Anyway, it's just funny. So everyone else is just buy another slide.
How many cuts did he like? Did he get something like crazy, or was it just front serrations or something?
Yeah, I think it is priced out like that. Front. I think he had all of it, like the front and the top. I mean, dude, that's ridiculous. When you do I don't see why you need the top. No, it had nothing to do with it had nothing to do with the ATI job.
Okay.
It just, if you drop a Glock and it hits the corner of the slide, if you drop the slide on the floor or you drop the gun and it hits that corner, look at the rear of your slide, like where the rails are.
Yeah.
There's like no metal at the back. Like there's a corner right there I've seen it before in forums and shit. Like, if it hits the ground the right way, you'll just crack that fucking metal, and the rear of your slides where that rail is, it's like a fracture, like a hairline fracture. It's not safe at that point. I don't think it's that safe.
Well, guys, I'm gonna shut this one down. I gotta go start up Hit or Miss.
All right, man. Take it easy.
So, and for the people out there as well, looks like Pink's been trying to start a lobby up and it won't let him. So, after Hit or Miss, I'll start up another lobby if someone else hasn't or by that time. So,
yeah,
I might just have to listen to us tonight. There
That's
won't be a
it.
lobby competing with Hit or Miss.
I'll listen to you every night. I'm gonna walk my dog.
To your mothers.